Hello everyone, I'm audible. Okay, so fine guys, I think I'm audible to everyone of you. Yeah. So there is some issue with video or something. I don't know. Okay, so let's start. Let me check your message. This is my first class. Is the class started? So yes, it is going to start. This is my first class. When class will begin. So just now, I always wait for first 10 minutes and then I start. Okay. Okay, fine. So fine guys, let's start with the class. Yeah. So and video is blurred. I think there is some issue with the video. I don't know what is the issue. Okay, so it looks fine now. Yeah. I think you just woke up. No, I was taking classes this morning. Okay, so fine. Let me launch my Jupyter notebook, guys. Okay, so people who are attending this classes for the first time, so we have discussed so many things, and yeah, let me go through your dashboard first of all. So if you will go to your dashboard, you will be able to find out all the recordings which is already available inside your dashboard. Yes, so whatever discussions that we have done, and apart from that, so pre-recorded videos plus assignments. No, not this one. This full stack. Yeah. So so anyone who can tell me like what we have discussed in last class? So yeah, class live lectures, you will be able to find out. I think last time we were talking about like a logging, and we were talking about a debugging, right? So how to do a debugging inside a Jupyter notebook, and then what is the meaning of logging, and then what different kind of loggings we have discussed. And yeah, so I have given you a couple of assignments as well. And yes, some of the assignments I have already uploaded. So this is assignment from Vinod, then Arunava, and then from Visal. So these are the people who have already discussed their assignment in a live lecture itself, and we have just uploaded it over there so that whoever wants to go through this particular sessions and this particular code, so they will be able to go through it. So fine guys, I will try to start from here. So last time I was talking about debugging, so today I will be talking about modules, and I will be talking about packages. So let's see what is module, and then what is packages, and many different things, right? So many different things. And again, like I said, so logging and debugging you all will be able to see in your upcoming sessions as well. So when I say upcoming session, it simply means that I'm talking about a like a project. So whenever we'll try to learn a project, whenever we'll try to do a Python project, over there I will again teach you logging, monitoring, debugging, each and everything with respect to a PyCharm. And as I said, that logging, monitoring, debugging, all those things are pretty much easy when you will try to execute a same thing in terms of PyCharm by using PyCharm, or maybe by using a VS Code. It's actually very easy, right? Can we use Collab instead of Jupyter? Yes, you can use anything. I don't have any issue. Yeah, as I have mentioned in my previous classes, you can use anything. And yeah, so let's try to understand map, filter, and lambda function we'll discuss today. Yeah, so for sure we'll try to discuss all of those things in a sequence. So first of all, let's try to discuss module and packages, and then we will try to talk about maybe exception handling, and then your remaining topics. Three topics are left: map, a filter, and lambda function from a function part. Function is something which we are going to talk about, or which we are going to discuss almost in every classes going forward. So in every classes we are going to discuss about some sort of a function. We'll try to create some sort of a function. So yeah, let me pause my video. I think it's blurred a little bit. So okay, fine guys, so let's try to create a new Jupyter notebook for today's class. I think there is some issue with my local system. So Jupyter notebook is having problem these days, I think. Yes. So even in my morning classes, it was giving me some sort of a issue. I don't know why. Maybe I'll have to update this one, possibly. Okay, so okay, my Jupyter notebook is giving me issue, so maybe I can try to use Jupyter Lab. So anything is fine, right? I just need some kind of a Python compiler, so where I can try to execute all of my code, nothing else. So I can try to use my Collab notebook as well. I don't know why it is giving me issue, so it should not give me issue at all. Okay, so this is working fine. Okay, fine. This is working fine for me. Okay, fine, guys. Let's start. So in today's class, I will be talking about what is modules and what is a import statement. So all those things, as we all know that we try to import a different kind of libraries, and so far so forth. So yes, couple of libraries we have imported, like OS libraries we have imported, and apart from that, any other libraries we have imported, right? So let's try to understand so how we can try to create our own modules. What is the meaning of modules? What is the meaning of packages over here? And then how we can try to work on that one. So let's suppose if I'm trying to say that IMPORT right? So there is a package called as math, or you can say that there is a module called as math, which is available inside a Python. So here inside Python, you will be able to find out multiple different kind of modules, not just only one module. I think in last class I was talking about OS modules, and then going forward, so we will try to understand many different modules as well. PDB is a modules that we have used in a last class itself. So here, if I'm trying to say that, okay, so import math, so whatever methods, whatever classes which is available inside a math, so it will try to import each and everything inside my local or inside my particular instances. So this is the instance which I have opened up, right? And it will try to it will try to instantiate all the math module inside this Jupyter notebook. Now if I'm going to write math dot, and if I'm going to press tab, I will be able to see each and every functions which is available inside this math module, right? So let's suppose if I would like to use maybe a sine function, right? So I can try to write SI, and then it will be able to tell me that fine, this is the sine function. Let's suppose if I'm trying to use a square root, right? If I have to find out a square root of something, so yes, I can try to find out inside a math module, inside a math packages. And let's suppose if I would like to find out what is the square root of 4, as of now, so all of us knows that yes, square root of 4 is nothing but 2. So here math is nothing but, so math is a standard module which is already available inside a Python packages, right? And this is not at all a big deal for us, so we can try to import these things in a easiest possible way. So there is the other way as well, by which I will be able to import a math module, and out of that, so I will be able to import a particular functions or a particular methods. Let's suppose if I'm going to write, so from, right? So from what, so from math, so from math module import, so import what, so from math module try to import sqrt. So even in this way I will be able to perform a same thing. And here, so if I'm going to call a square root, and then if I'm going to pass 5 over here, I will be able to get a square root of 5. So this is the second approach by which we are trying to perform a same thing. So ultimate goal is to use this square root function which is available over here. And yes, I'm able to use this square root function which is available inside a math module, right? So in this way, if let's suppose if I have to import a multiple module from math import, import a square root, let's suppose, and then let's suppose we are supposed to import a pi, right? We all know that pi is nothing but it's a value closer to 3.14. I will be able to find out. Now if I'm going to use pi, so yes, I will be able to see this particular value called as 3.14. So here I'm just trying to show you that I'm able to import a multiple modules, right? So here when I was trying to do math, so in this case it was trying to import all the functions which was available inside a math module. But here, so it is just trying to import only two functions which is available, or two methods which is available inside a math module. But in both the ways we are trying to perform a exact same thing. We are not trying to perform something different over here. And yes, so let's suppose if I'm trying to call some other function out of this one, maybe I will not be able to call. There is another way as well. From math, if I'm going to write import, and then if I'm going to write a static symbol, right? So from math import static, it simply means that it will be able to import each and everything, or it will make all these things available to your local instances, to this particular Jupyter notebook, whatever is available inside a math module. And here, so yes, I will be able to use anything. So let's suppose if I would like to use sine, I can use sine. If I have to use maybe a square root, so yes, I will be able to use a square root over here. If I would like to use maybe a pi, I can try to use pi, because here I have given a static symbol. And a static symbol simply means that I'm trying to import all the things which is available inside this particular module. So in this way, I will be able to import any kind of things that I'm looking for, right? Any kind of things without any exceptions, you will be able to find out, and you will be able to import each and everything. Now what we can do is, like, let's suppose we have imported these particular things, that is fine, right? Let's suppose we are going to create our own module. These are the math modules, and inside that math module, so we have another functions, a square root, pi, and all those things which is already defined, right? Which is nothing but it's a part of a standard package. So whenever you will install Python, so by default all these things will be installed. That is fine, right? But let's suppose if I have to create my own module, let's suppose if I have to create my own packages, then how I will be able to create my own module, how I will be able to create my own packages, so that I will be able to call it, I will be able to execute it. Let's suppose in last classes we have written a multiple functions, right? So let's suppose if I would like to create a file, so where I would like to keep my own functions, and as and when it is required, so I would like to import it. So how I will be able to import all of those things? Let's try to understand. So here, to make these things possible, what I can do is, so I will try to create my own function, or maybe I will try to create my own module, right? I will try to create my own module, and this way you all will be able to understand that how to create our own module in a simplest possible way. So let's try to do it, guys. Yeah. So every one of us will try to perform the same thing, whatever I'm doing over here, and we will be able to create our own module in a easiest possible way. So here, what I will do is, so I will try to create one simple file. So I can go to my directory. So here, right? So here I can try to change my directory as well. I think we all know that how we can try to change a directory. So here, I'm like my current directory is pointing to this location. I will try to go to this location, and then I will try to create one simple file, right? And I can try to give an extension called as .py. Fine. So just go to your current location as of now. So maybe you can try to create a separate folder. I don't have any kind of a issue, but as of now, just try to go to your like current location. So let's suppose this is my current location inside my system. Yeah. So this is my current location. So here, right click and then try to create one single file. So let's suppose I can try to create maybe a text document. Yeah. And here, so I can try to name these things as test.py and then hit enter. So this is test.py file which I have created. That is fine, right? Now I can try to do a right click and then I can try to check that, okay, fine. So what is the kind of a document I have created? So it's a .txt. It is not test.py file that we have. Or maybe from here I can try to create this document. That is also possible. Test dot or maybe a test one dot py file I can try to create. And yes, as you can see, extension is equal to .py file. So this is nothing but it's a Pythonic file, the same file which I have created over here. So even I can try to execute this one. So this is a test1.py file which I will end up creating. Now here, so I can try to write my code. So here hashtag maybe like a line I can try to give. So this is my first module, right? And I will not write many things over here. So I'll just try to write print a statement, print, and then this is my first ever module and close, save, right? Just save it. So this is a test1.py file that we have created, and inside that I have written print, right? Now what I have to do is, so maybe I have to call these things from my Jupyter notebook. Again, location of this Jupyter notebook and location of this particular file is same. This is what you are supposed to do. In a later stage, we all will try to understand. So how we can try to call a module from a different location. But as of now, you can try to give in this way, and you can try to create this particular file. Then what we can do is, so let's suppose if I have created like a test dot a py file, so I can try to do import, same import, right, that we have done. And then we can try to write test1, execute. So are we able to get a same thing that we have written inside our test1.py file? Yes. What we have done, so we have just created a single Python file, .py file, and then we are just trying to import it. Whatever we have written inside that particular file, so yes, we are able to import each and everything inside a Jupyter notebook without any kind of a concern. So yes, I'm able to import it. Let's suppose if I'm going to import these things again, right? So this time I'm not able to get a data. Again, if I'll try to import, I won't be able to get a data. Again, I'm trying to import, so I will not be able to get a data, right? So here what you have to do is, so let's suppose if I have loaded a module and if I'm trying to call this module once, and for the first time I will be able to get a data, so whatever I have written inside my module. But from the next time if I'm trying to execute it, so maybe I will not be able to get it. So how I will be able to get a data? Again, the same data I would like to print again. So there is a another module called as import imp, right? Import imp. And here, so you can try to write imp dot reload, right? So imp dot reload, and here, so you can try to call your test module or test1 module again. Now when you are trying to call this test1 module again, so yes, it is able to reload a file from here. It is able to reload my module file from here in a easiest possible way. So this is our very first, very simple module. Nothing is mentioned over there except a print statement. We have just created a .py file and we are trying to call something out of that one. And yes, it is working fine for me, right? So in this way you can try to perform all sort of operation. You can just try to create, or you can try to keep all of your function in this kind of a file, and from there so you will be able to call it. Let's suppose if I'm going to create another file, right? So I can try to create another file, so new and then text file, and here so maybe I can try to rename this text file as maybe like a test, or I can try to rename this file as addition. So addition dot py. Maybe I'm going to write some sort of a function for a addition, and inside this one so I can try to define that def what, addition function. And then as an addition function, so I would like to give two parameter, and here so I can try to write my return statement. So my return is nothing but a plus b. This is what I'm looking for, a very simple one, right? And again save it. So fine, there is another file that we have created called as addition.py file. Inside this addition.py file I have a method called as addition, or let's suppose addition 1. If it creates a confusion, then addition 1 is a kind of a method we have created, a function we have created inside this addition.py file. What I will do now, so I will try to import this module, and with the help of that so we will try to see, or we will try to understand that whether we are able to import it or not. And apart from that, so even I can try to check that fine whether this addition functions is available inside this directory or not. Many things we can try to do, right? So here I can try to write in this way, import, and then file name. What is the file name? ADDITION. This is the file name which I have given. So if you are giving some other file name, yes, you can try to like keep it in that way. So import addition. So yes, it is able to import this addition one, right? And then if I'm going to call this addition dot and tab, so I'm able to find out that yes, inside this addition file there is a method called as addition one. If I have to call this particular method, so I can try to execute it. But as per my definition, so I was supposed to pass two argument, a and b. This is the argument that we are supposed to pass. So fine, I will try to pass this argument, maybe 4 comma 5 I can try to pass, execute, and yes, as per this definitions that we have written, a plus b, I'm able to get these things as a return. So whatever functions, whatever methods that you have created so far, right? So you can try to keep all of those functions, you can try to keep all of those methods inside a .py file, and then whenever it is required, so you can try to import it, right? So going forward from today onwards, whatever functions that you are going to write, right, just try to write all of those functions, try to migrate all of those functions into .py file, so that you will be able to increase a reusability in a future. So let's suppose if I'm looking for that function, I will not rewrite a code or inside a Jupyter notebook. I will simply try to import this particular package, or I will try to import this particular module, and my work will be done, right? So are you able to understand this particular part, how we are trying to create a .py file, how we are trying to create a function inside that one, and then how we are able to call it? Are you able to understand this one, this import part? Yes. Yeah. So it's easy actually. It's nothing like a fancy, right? So it's actually very easy. Those who are facing any kind of a challenges, let me repeat once again. So here, just go and click over here, new, and then create a simple text file, right? But it should not have an extension called as .txt. You are supposed to give an extension as .py, Python file, because you're trying to create a Pythonic module. You're not creating like a txt. It will not be able to parse your like a data from a .txt file. So it will be able to parse all of those data from a .py, and you will be able to import it, right? Okay, so here test, let's suppose test 5.py file here we have created. Now inside this file, so I can try to create a multiple method. So test one and test, maybe I can try to create addition method. So addition method can take maybe 2 parameter, or I can try to give these things as a multiple parameter, as we have learned args and kw args in our previous classes. And then it is going to return what, so ret you are and return what, so a plus b. Similarly, I can try to create like a multiplication function over here, my own multiplication function, which can try to take two argument or maybe a multiple argument, and then it is going to return what? So it is going to return A into B. I can try to create my own, I can say like a power function I can try to create over here, and then I can try to like write a base value, maybe A, and then power is equal to B. And here, so I can try to return A square of B, right? So in this way, right, in this way I will be able to, or A to the power, I can say this one. So in this way I have created three function over here, right? So addition function, multiplication function, and power function inside this test5 module. What I will do is, so I can try to import, import what? Import test file. Test 5 is my own module that I have created. Now if I'm going to write test 5 dot, and then it will be able to show you addition, multiplication, power, each and everything. So as and when it is required, so let's suppose if I'm trying to write, like trying to do addition, okay, fine. So as and when it is required, like, okay, fine, so I have to like do a multiplication, not an issue. So I will try to call my own function. I think we all know how to create even a complex function, right? And I can try to pass my data over here, and I will be able to get the values. So let's suppose if I'm creating a test 5, and then inside that, so I can try to write what? Power, and then I will be able to do what? So I will be able to give this values, and I will be able to get the data, right? So three functions we have created in our own module called as test 5 modules, and yes, we are able to import all of those modules, and we are able to work with it, right? So like if last time I have just asked you that, okay, fine, so write a multiple functions. So going forward, you can just try to create a py file, inside that write a functions, and then call it, so that no need to write it down again, because that is a meaning of a modularity, right? Whenever we try to write a modular code, so this is what we are supposed to follow, right? Instead of writing again and again and again, so try to create a file where you can try to write all the functions, and then as per the requirement, so keep on calling all of those functions. So is this things fine to everyone, guys? Yeah. So it's easy, right? It's very easy actually. What we are doing, nothing, just creating a Python file and trying to do import. That's it, right? Okay, fine, guys. So next thing what I will do is, so I can try to create maybe something new, something different. I will try to create, and then I will try to import all of those modules. Yes. So here I can try to create one more file. So I'll just go and I'll try to click on text file, and then here, so I can try to rename this text file as a test 6, let's suppose, .py Python file we are trying to create. So test 6.py. Okay, my keyboard is not working. Okay, fine. So test 6.py file we have created, and let's suppose here we are trying to create a data, right? So I can try to create a data, and let's suppose if I'm trying to create maybe a dictionary kind of a data, where I can try to keep a key and a value pair. So I think we all know that, okay, fine, so how to parse a data through a dictionary, and how I will be able to keep a data inside a dictionary. So just in a key and value pair we are supposed to keep a data. Okay, so name is equal to maybe sudh, I can try to keep over here, and then so maybe let's suppose I can try to create another key over here, and then value wise I can try to keep as a list, and inside this list, so I can try to write maybe machine learning, which I used to teach, and then maybe deep learning, which I used to teach, and then maybe Python, which I used to teach, and then maybe I can try to keep over here stats over here, right? Which I used to teach, and then I can try to keep computer vision, which I used to teach. Yeah. So again, this is the value, and again, so I can try to create maybe a third key value pair, right? So which is nothing but a message. So I can try to create as a message. So message is a key, and then inside that, so I can try to keep a string as a value. So this is my class, right? Okay, so I will end up creating it, and then close out dictionary. So I will close it. Yeah. Okay, so this is a dictionary which I have created, where I'm trying to keep my data in a key and value pair. I think we all understand dictionary. So how to create a dictionary, how to create a key and value pair, so we have discussed all of those things in our last classes. Yes, so those who are not aware about it, so they can try to revisit the last classes, and I think I have already uploaded my Jupyter notebook as well, so you can try to practice. It's a very easy concept, right? Dictionary is nothing but just a collection inside the Python, which will help you out to store, or which will help you out to save a data. Now here I can try to do one thing. So I can try to create a function. So I can try to create a function called as, let's suppose, def, and then so I can try to write a function called as get underscore course. Okay, and here, so what get underscore course will do, so let's suppose get underscore course is trying to fetch all the courses which I'm going to offer. Okay, so guys, anyone who can tell me how I will be able to get all the courses from here? Someone is saying for loop key values with key data dot values. Okay, fine. So data dot values is going to give you everything, right? So I'm just looking for what? I'm just looking for my courses. So if I'm looking for a courses, then what I'm supposed to write? I'm supposed to write dictionary name, and then I'm supposed to write over here course, right? Okay, so this is going to fetch what? This is going to fetch me this courses, and let's suppose I'm going to return, so return. So this function is going to return what? All the courses this function is going to return. Now let's suppose if I'm going to create another method, and this method will try to return messages which it will be able to fetch. So yes, not an issue. So I can try to return what? Return, return, and then data, and then from this data, so what is the key for messages? MSG. So I would like to import this MSG out of this one. That's it, right? Save it. Okay, so Control S. Don't forget to click on Control S, otherwise it will not be able to save, and you will not be able to import that module. So if you are not doing it, so maybe it will give you issue calling as module not found kind of exceptions. Okay, here I have a Jupyter notebook. I will try to do one thing. I will try to import. So import, right? Import what? So maybe test 6 I would like to import. Okay, so once I will be able to import test 6, so everything will be available. So dot, I can try to call maybe message, and here, yes, this is my class. This is something that I have written over here, right? And with the help of this one, key and value pair, so yes, I'm able to fetch this one, and I'm able to get the same data even over here. So what I'm trying to explain you over here is if you have some data set, and if you're trying to write some code with respect to some data set inside some other file, or maybe I can try to keep this data set in some other file. If I'm trying to write a function which is reading a data set from a particular location, from a particular file that we already know and that we have already discussed in our previous classes, so yes, I will be able to write my own module, and inside that I will be able to define my own function, and I will be able to call all of those functions. So just see, I could have written the same thing, right? I could have written the same thing even over here in this way. But let's suppose if I have to use a same function again and again and again 10 times, right? In 10 different Jupyter notebook. Let's suppose this is the scenario that you have to call a same function, right? 10 times into 10 different Jupyter notebook. So I don't think that it's a good idea to write or rewrite same function again and again and again. It's better to write once and then utilize many times. And this is something that we are going to follow. Okay. So this is something that we are supposed to do. So let me ping you this all of these code, guys, in your chat book, in your chat. Just try to utilize it. No modules found coming. Yes, no module find will be coming if you have different locations for a particular module in which you have given your file, and if you are trying to import these things from some different Jupyter notebook which is available in a different location. Okay, so is it fine? The another issue that you will be able to find out over here is, so let's suppose I have created this module, but if I'm not saving it, so if I'm not saving it, for sure you will be able to get again a similar kind of a issue. So make sure you create a modules and then you have to save. Why no face sharing today? People have problem with everything, right? So if there is an issue with the camera, and I don't know, Key error is coming. So just try to check your this one data part. Can we pip install this module? So I'll teach you how to convert, how to package your data entire like modules going forward. So when we'll try to move into a PyCharm, and then we will try to bundle our packages, and then we will try to host it even in pip, so that anyone can install, anyone will be able to utilize your modules globally. Because unless and until you are not going to make your module available globally inside a pip repo, so or maybe inside a git repo, so even through a git you will be able to do a check-in, and people will be able to import your module globally, and they will be able to install in their local system. So in this way you can write a code, and then other people will be able to use it, right? The way you are using Python, so someone has already written a code, someone has already done this kind of a coding for you, and that's the reason so you all are able to use it just in a similar manner. So is this things fine? Okay, fine. So I think it's clear. So guys, please try to focus on the current things, whatever I'm teaching you, and each and everything is step by step. So we will try to discuss in your classes. So don't worry about it. But yeah, don't try to go go into a future. Okay, fine guys. So here, so now we are able to import a math module. Now we are able to import our own module, each and everything we are able to import. Let's suppose same kind of a things that we have done in a beginning, right? So let's suppose if I would like to import just a single method. Let's suppose this is only method which I would like to import. So what I can do over here, so I can try to write my code that from where, from test 6, what we are supposed to import. So import what? So from test 6 I just would like to import get courses, that's it. So let's suppose I'm just looking for one single import. I don't want to import like all the functions here. If I'm writing import test 6, it simply means that all the functions and all the modules will be available in this Jupyter notebook. But no, I'm not looking for it, right? What I want, I just wanted to import one single function, one single method. I can do it easily. I can do it, right? So from test 6 import this courses, same thing we have done over here, right? Same thing I have shown you even in this particular place. So let's suppose if I'm willing to import just a couple of modules, just a couple of functions, right? So just try to use from as a keyword. So from as a keyword which is available. So from this module, just try to import this function. This is the meaning of it, nothing else. Okay, so this is a very simple example of this modules. This is how you all will be able to create your own modules. There is nothing much that we have to discuss in case of a modules, because it's a very like a easy concept, right? It's very easy to understand. It's very easy to interact, and it's very easy to write a code in terms of a modular fashion. So now there is a task which I would like to give you. So in this way you have to create your own module, and then you have to import your own functions. Yeah, so here there is a task which I would like to assign. Yeah, so there is a task that I would like to assign, and you have next 10 minutes of time to do it. So let's suppose you are going to create a directory called as test, right? So this is nothing but a directory you are supposed to create. Now inside this directory, test directory, you are supposed to create a test one, or I can try to module one dot py file. Inside this one, module 2.py file, module 3.py file you are supposed to create inside a test directory. So this is nothing but dir directory. Okay, fine. Now after this, what you have to do, so inside a module 1, so you can try to create a function called as fn1, fn2, fn3, just to do something, like just to print something. So in this way you have to create three functions. Now here you have to create what? You have to create fn 2 1, fn 2 2, fn 2 3. And in this one, so you can try to create fn maybe like 3 1. So this is something that you can create inside all of these modules. Now what we have to do is, so test directory is a directory in which you have all of these modules which is available. You can try to create a Jupyter notebook inside a same test directory called as let's suppose jupyter.ipynb. You can try to create, and inside that import all, means fn1 2 3 2 1 2 2 2 3 and 3 1 you are supposed to import. Apart from this, so let's suppose this test directory is available inside another directory, right? So here I have another directory called as test1, test1. So here what you are supposed to do is, so you are supposed to create another, I can say a Jupyter notebook, and here so you are supposed to import what, all. So within a directory and outside the directory you are supposed to import a module. So just do it, you have 10 minutes of time. Can you please explain Jupyter IPYNB again? So I think we are using this Jupyter notebook, right? Since a very long time. I'm sharing this Jupyter notebook with all of you. Even in modules, so I have restarted kernel again and again. Yeah, this happens. This is like a very easy. Okay, so guys, do you want me to explain this question again, once again? So see, you have to create a directory inside directory, right? Okay, I'll just show you. Okay, so here, let's suppose I'll go to this place. Okay, so let me go to this place, and here let's suppose I have created a folder. So you will be able to see a folder option, right? So I can create a folder and just try to name this folder as a test folder, a test, or you can try to name these things as a test1 folder. Where is my new folder? Yeah, so this folder, you can try to rename this folder as a test1. Inside that, again try to create another folder called as test. So inside this folder one, you have to create a folder test. So this is a test1 and this is a test. Now inside test folder you are supposed to create module1.py, module2.py, module3.py, and then you are supposed to create a Jupyter notebook within this particular folder, means over here inside this one folder, inside a folder. And here you are supposed to create module123.py file inside this module123 py file. So you have to create a multiple functions, and then here you have to create a Jupyter file, and inside a Jupyter notebook you are supposed to import each and everything. And you have to create one Jupyter notebook even over here in which you have a folder, right? This test folder, let's suppose, and from here you are supposed to do an import. Do it, everyone. Better we should do it in a PyCharm for a good practice. Yeah, in a PyCharm it's very easy. So in a PyCharm you're not supposed to even like do many things. So just right click and then you will be able to create a modules, packages, everything. But as we all are using Jupyter notebook, so let's try to see how we can do a same thing in a Jupyter notebook. In Jupyter notebook it's a little bit like a clumsy, it's not neat and clean, it's difficult, but still it's completely fine, right? So we are using Jupyter notebook, we can do it anyhow. For like a entire like a year we are going to use PyCharm. What function to import? I think I have given you function name, right? Function 1 2 3 4, what function 2 1, function 2 2, function 2 3, right? Function 3 1. So just try to create a function, try to print something inside the function. I'm just looking for an import. I'm not focusing on your like function writing capabilities. I'm just trying to focus on the module part. Just one thing, sir. Inside the folder, there is another folder. Yes, yeah. So inside test one folder, there is a test folder. It's actually very easy, guys. It's actually very easy. I'll show you. I don't know what I should do. Nothing. So just wait. I'll discuss about the solution. I'll create all of those things. Can this be done in collab? Yes, it can be done in collab easily. Because even inside a collab, you will be able to see your like current directory, and you can try to create a file directly over there. This is my first class, not an issue. So you can try to follow along with this particular classes, and then in your spare time, so you can try to go through classes that we have already taken. You will be comfortable. These things are not difficult at all. Many people are able to do it. Do we need to change directory? Then using OS, we can import it. No, you're not supposed to change directory. You're supposed to do a direct import or some other way. Maybe you can try to figure it out. Okay, fine, guys. So just ping me your solution. I'm just waiting for your solution. Okay, fine. So I think we are able to get too many solutions, right? So let me show you all of those things in my system. So after the question, right, what we are supposed to do and how we are supposed to proceed ahead. So let's try to understand. So here, what I will do is, so I will try to do a very simple thing. So I'll try to like create a test one, and then inside that, so I would like to create a test directory. Fine. So I can go over here and here, so I can try to create a new folder. And then let's suppose this is the folder. Let me rename this folder as what? So as test one, rename. Okay. So test one is a folder. Now inside that, so I will try to create another folder called as test. Just try to do it guys with me. So here, rename this things as a test. Again, so you can write a Python code to rename all of those things. There is no issue. Now inside this test one, so inside this test, what you have to do, so you have to create a Python file, right? So inside that, I will try to create mod1.py. Okay. Now inside that, so I can try to write that, okay, fine. So this is my, let's suppose if I'm going to write, this is my mod one, right? Okay. So this is my module one. I can try to write, or maybe as per the requirement. So I have just given you that create a function. So here you can try to create a function called as def fn1 you can try to create. And then inside that you can try to write in this way, print this is my fn1 module one. Done. Now next thing what I can do, so def and then fn2 I can try to create, and then inside this I can try to create in this way. Okay, there was an indentation issue. Print this is my fn2 mod 1 module 1 def fn3 I can try to create, and I can write print this is my fn3 module 1. Okay, so fine, I'm able to complete this requirement. So I'm able to create a test1 directory. Inside this test1 I'm able to create test directory. Inside that module 1 I'm able to create .py file. Inside that three function fn1 fn2 fn3 I'm able to create. So my upper requirement is clear. So this requirement I'm able to fulfill. So fine, this requirement is done. This particular part is done. Now inside the same directory I will try to create a module 2. So let's try to create. Let's close it first of all. Control S. Okay, module 1 is created. Now new text file, and here so we can try to name these things as mod2.py. Hit enter, and then here so we have to create fn21 fn22 fn23. Fine, so I can try to create def fn21 print this is mod2 fn21 def and then fn22 print this is mod2 fn22. Then third function fn23. So guys, with me, just try to create it. Print this is my module 2 fn23. Okay, so fine, even second step is done. Now close it. So two modules created, and inside this two module three function. So as per the definitions that I have mentioned over here, so I'm able to create it. Now I'll just try to create a third one, which is nothing but it's a mod3 dot py. Okay. Now inside that I have to get what? fn31. So okay, def fn31 I can try to create, and then I can try to write over here, this is my module 3, and function is equal to fn31. Close it. Yeah. So okay, are we able to create a same structure that we have already defined? So inside a test one, we are supposed to create a test, and inside that, so we are supposed to create a multiple modules. So are we able to do it? Yes, everyone. Okay, fine. Now what I will do, many people have used these things with the help of OS and all those things. Those things are not required, right? So we could have done these things in a simplest possible way, and we will try to follow a simple approach, right? As per the reflection, and then I'll tell you why these things are important, right? Then I'll tell you how inside our industry, so we used to divide a task, and why I'm teaching you this particular module part, and how you are going to utilize these things, right? So I will be like talking about these things. So here, right? So this part is done. So creation part is done. Now next thing which I have asked you to do what? So next thing which I have asked you to create a Jupyter notebook file inside the same module. Okay, so fine, let's try to create a Jupyter notebook file inside the same module, and let's try to perform this kind of a operation. So here what I can do is, so I can try to create a Jupyter notebook. So new and then Python file. Okay, so this is a Jupyter notebook file which we have created inside a same directory. Fine. So by default it will be like available in some time. Yeah, as you can see, ipynb file which is already available, ipython notebook file which is available, ipynb ipython notebook file. This is what it means. So we are able to create a notebook file over here, and in this particular file what we have to do, so we have to import all, right? So we have to import all. So I can write one thing. So from what? So from test, here, execute, from test, import. Now import, sorry, my bad. So it's in the same module. So import, and import what? So import. So now you will be able to find out that I can easily import module 1, module 2, module 3. So if I'm going to write import static, so in this way I will be able to import each and everything. So let's suppose I'm looking for module 1, comma, module 2, comma. I can try to do a single import as well. So it's not like I have to rewrite again and again this module 1, then 2, and then 3. So sometimes doesn't make sense of writing this kind of code. Okay, my caps is on. So here I can try to write module 3, execute. So every module is imported. Here, so let's suppose from a module 1. So if I would like to extract maybe a function fn1, so I can try to write mod1 dot and then function 1, 2, 3 available, call it, executed, right? From module 1, if I would like to call maybe a function, yeah, so any functions which I would like to import, so I can try to import it, execute it. Yes. Now here, so if I can write like a module 1 and then try to import what? So try to import function 3. So yes, I will be able to import it, right? Now let's suppose from a module 3, so I would like to load something. So okay, module 3 and then dot, and here inside a module 3 I have this function. So yes, I'm able to import each and every function from anywhere. And this is what I have mentioned in my first requirement. In the same directory, we have a Jupyter notebook file, and we are able to import all the modules. Fine. Are we able to do it? The first step, the internal one, all of us? Can I get a confirmation? Okay, fine. So we all are able to do it. Now someone is suggesting me that init file we are supposed to initialize. So we'll be talking about that. So don't worry. So all those instances will be covered. But yeah, so here we are able to complete the first label. So this label we are able to complete. This label we are able to complete a red one, right? Now we have to complete this particular label. And I think many of you must be facing an issue with respect to this particular label. Yes. And some of you have even suggested me a solution along with giving a directory or path, right? So here my requirement was very simple, that you have to get inside a test directory. Okay. So inside test directory where we have test folder, here you have to create a Jupyter notebook, right? And then here you are supposed to import all the modules. So how I will be able to import? So I can try to write from what? So I can try to write from like a test import. Import what? So I can try to import anything. I think things must be visible. Okay, sorry. So test dot. Okay, it should give me actually like a test, because we are as of now we are available inside a test one, right? So test, even dot should work. So test dot support. Why it is giving me support? Hmm. No, this should actually work. So restart kernel will work, because maybe it's a Jupyter notebook, right? So Jupyter notebook will not be like keep itself updated. So that's the reason. Because this should work always when we have a directory inside directory. So yes, it is supposed to work. So import what? So import test dot support. No, it is not even showing me. Test is there, and inside that, so we have module 1, 2, 3. Yeah, for some of you it's showing you, right? So yeah, it should work. Ideally it should work. It's logical, right? So suppose if we have some packages, and inside that if there is some packages, I don't know what is going on with my system, but it should work actually. I don't know whether I have to restart my complete system or restart my kernel, but it will work, and will work in this way. So some of you are not able to see it, and yes, I can see your messages. Some of you are able to see it. TST is there. TST, yes, TST is there. And then let me re-execute. This one is fine. Let's suppose if I'm going to launch another folder. It should show module 1, module 2, module 3. init.py file is fine. So init.py file is fine. So like if something is not working, so in that case we can try to keep initialization file. But even without init file, so it should work. Init.py file is fine. So it will be able to solve my like a problem. But still, without even init.py file, it should work. pwd, and we are inside this particular folder inside test one. It's working for me. Yeah, guys, for some of you it's working. For me, it's not working. Permission denied because okay, module finder, we are able to import this text. Import test, okay. From test, I can write import. Okay, so in this case, what I will do is, so I can try to create, there is a test one, right? And test directory. Hmm. By the way, where is my test file? Okay, test 3.4. But no, even without that, it should work. This one dot. So anyone who will be able to show these things? File path not refreshed. Yeah, in my system, so yes, there is an issue. But ideally, in this way, it is supposed to work even without creating init file. So yes, it is supposed to work. So just raise your hand, guys, and I will try to enable you, and you will be able to share your screen, and you will be able to showcase. This is what I would like to show you, that yes, it is supposed to work, and maybe I'll have to restart my system, and then it is going to work. But it will work exactly in the same way. Yeah. So anyone? Namrata. Okay, fine, Namrata. So I think you can try to share your screen. Yeah. So let me move you to the panelist part, and you can share your screen. So fine, guys, you will be able to see it is going to work in the same way. There is an issue with the system, and that's the reason it's not working. There is no other reason.
Hi, Sudhanshu. This is Vinod. I don't know why my name is showing as Namrata. It is my daughter's name.
Okay.
But I'll share my screen.
Yeah, sure, sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so the issue is actually when we are trying to do it with the folder name of test, it is not taking it. It is taking test.support. But when I renamed the folder to test123, then I was able to import it.
No, in my other system, so even with test, it is working. I have just tested it, so I have not joined
Okay.
on my other system. But with the test one or test, it is working in my other system. So
Okay.
okay, fine. You can showcase the same thing. That is
Yeah.
fine.
So
Test.
I did the import test123,
Yeah.
and when I'm doing from test123 import and then I'm clicking tab, so I'm able to see fn1, fn2, fn3. So I have created the module with the name of fn. Okay, if I do that now, if I type fn1 and I am able to see all the three functions.
No, that is fine. That we were able to see it, right? So inside a same directory you're talking about,
No,
right?
no, 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 it is not inside the same directory.
Can you
So
please
if,
show me your directory structure?
yeah, so right now I'm into users
Okay.
Vinod test.
Hmm.
Okay, and if you look here, I'm
Got it, got it.
in
Yeah.
test. I have test 1 to 3.
Yeah, yeah. Fine. So fine, guys, as you can see, it's working for us, right? So it will work. Like I told you, so it is going to work. So it's not like it is not going to work. But the thing is, yes, with respect to a system, you will have to just maybe restart or change. And again, so yes, as Vinod has suggested you, so you're not supposed to give a name is equal to test, maybe for an internal directory, right?
Yeah, right.
Okay, fine. So maybe you can try to change a name of internal directory and it is going to work. In the same way, some of you were suggesting that init is required, but no, init is not required. And without init, you will be able to do it. Yeah. Thank you so
So,
much.
and one more thing I would like to show. So if I do import test, right? So, and if I type test dot support, so it is taking me to, so there is some test already existing in Anaconda library test support. So I
Ye-
think it is taking that thing. Yeah,
Yes. Yeah. By default, it will be able to take a init.py file from their support.
yeah, right.
That is the reason. So without even init, so it is going to work because init is required. So whenever we are going to create all of those things inside a PyCharm. So let's suppose if I'm going to create a packages and directory inside the PyCharm. So yes, in that case, test is like a init.py file is required because these things will not be available. But if I'm going to use a Jupyter notebook, by default, these things will be available. So even without creation, it will work. So now I think it's working for all of you guys, right? Yes. Okay, that's great. Some of you were suggesting me that go and ask Chris Nayak. Great. Like, okay, so fine, guys. Moving to the next one. So next thing that we have to discuss over here is okay. So next thing that we would like to discuss in this particular place is so yes, now we know that what is module and what is packages, how we can try to create our own packages. Yeah. And if we are able to create our own packages, so why we are creating all of those packages, I think we all are able to understand. On top of that, so whenever you will try to join some organization, right, and whenever you will try to join some of the projects over there, what you will be able to find out is that it's not like you will have to create or you will have to work in each and every project. What you have to do is, so in the similar way, the way I have created this like a test, and I have created like a test one and then test two and all those things, and then modules inside that there was a different packages that we have created, right? Inside this we have created all of those things. So in the similar way, we try to create a complete project architecture when we try to talk about a coding architecture, right? Or when we talk about a LLD, there is something called as a HLD that we try to create: high level design documentation and a low level design documentation. In a low level design documentation, so let's talk about a coding part. So we try to create each and every module in a beginning itself, and you are going to get maybe a couple of the modules to write. You will, so maybe your senior is going to ask you, or maybe your lead, or maybe if you are working as a lead, so you are going to create a LLD design document. And the similar way, right, the way I have created this test, and then inside this I have created this test one and all those things in the similar way. So your lead can create, okay fine, so just try to create a module called as test one. Inside that you are supposed to create multiple modules, and then let's suppose inside a test one, so maybe you can try to create a test one, and then a test 1 2, and then a test like a 1 3, and then here, so test 2 1, and then test 2 2, and then test 2 3, and so on. And inside that, so you can try to create functions, you can try to create a classes. As of now we have not discussed about the classes, so we can't even talk about it. But yes, going forward, so we will try to convert everything in a form of classes, and then we will see how this modular programming is going to work over there in terms of our classes. And many of you, this concept is very simple, right? It's a very small concept that we are trying to implement, but many of you get scared just because of it. When you see like, okay fine, so there is a multiple module which is available, and inside that there are multiple packages which is available. So yes, in a beginning, so you will get scared. I'll show you so how this modules and packages looks like. So I'm going to show you one of the project, right? And just architecture and directory of the this particular project I'm going to show you. So let's suppose this is one of the project which is already available inside your dashboard since a very first day, a buffer fault detection project. Inside this project you will be able to see a multiple modules, right? I think it's visible. Inside every module you will be able to find a .py file, right? Inside every module. So what we have done, so inside each and every file, when we were designing this particular project, so inside each and every file, and this is the project which is coming from my one of the implementation which I have done when I was in a Deloitte. So in a supply, when I was working into a supply chain project, so at that point of a time, this is a similar kind of architecture that we have followed. So yes, I have just adopted the same architecture even over here when we were building this particular project to give it to you. So here you will be able to find out a simple directory. There is a main directory. Inside that there is a subdirectory. Inside this there is a py file. Now if you will go inside this, we are creating our classes. So don't focus on the classes, forget about the classes, just focus on the function part, right? So one by one, one by one, one by one, so we are trying to create our functions. So in a very beginning, what we used to do is, so whenever we start writing code, it's not like from the very first day I will start writing a code. No, I will not do that, right? So first of all, I will try to create my low level design documentation. First high level, then low level design documentation for a coding as well as for architecture. And then, so I will define a functions. So let's suppose I have defined hundreds functions, right? And I will define input as well as output. That okay, fine. So this is the input and this is the output which I'm expecting. You are supposed to write a optimized function, right? You are supposed to write a standard function. So this is a work that you will be able to get as a data scientist or as a developer for some of the modules, or data scientist developer whenever you are going to join an industry, or if you're going to work as a lead. So in a similar way, now if you will try to understand a complete project in this way, right, none of the project in this entire world will look complex to you, none. But if you will just see this many number of directory, right, you will get scared that okay fine, so now what, now what I'm supposed to do, right? I'm not able to understand it. There are so many folders, there are so many files, and I'm not able to understand any of these files, from where I have to start, from where I have to end. I'm not able to understand it, right? But if you will try to follow this kind of a modular and packages, if you are aware about it, right, you will not get scared at all, and you will be able to understand even a big projects. So by the time we will be here, so by the time we are going to talk about this particular project, you all will be very much comfortable to understand this entire code by yourself. This is what we are going to do, and this is what we are going to create inside our class itself. So as you can see, right, what we have written, nothing, just a Python file, right, with a proper naming convention for a specific cases. So we have written just a Python file everywhere, somewhere two, somewhere one, somewhere five, somewhere three, right? And there will be a main module which is going to call each and everything. So we are calling these things as a main.py file. So this will be the starting point, and this is going to call each and everything from any directory. So in this way, my code will be clean, my code will be modular, right? So let's suppose if I'm writing a code which is responsible for connecting with the databases, SQL databases, MongoDB databases, Cassandra databases, or let's suppose any other databases, right? I will just try to create one single folder. Inside that, I'll create a py file, and then I will write all the modules for all the database connection. In other one, so maybe I can try to write all the EDA processes. In another one, so I can try to write all the process for like doing a visualization of the data. In other folder or in other modules, so I can try to write all the process for doing some kind of a statistical analysis. So let's suppose if there is a team, there is other team who is just working into a statistical analysis. What they will do, they will just try to use that module. You can just tell them, okay, fine, so this is the module. You can go and you can use it, in which I have already written a function for you. So you are just supposed to call a function, and then you are supposed to pass a data. Your work will be done, right? So if you will try to progress in that way, then it will be helpful for all of you. And this is what that's the reason. So I have just told you how to create a modules in PyCharm. It's actually very easy, right? So whenever you do this kind of things into Jupyter notebook, it's a little bit difficult, and I don't even like to teach all those things into my Jupyter notebook. But yes, it's a part of your syllabus, and as of now we are using it, and as of now we have not moved into a PyCharm or VS Code. We can't discuss, right? But yes, when we will be here, I think we will be able to do it. Hope you all are able to understand this part, right? Everyone, uses, right? Why we are trying to talk about these things. सर ये सारा को डिस्कस लिखना पड़ेगा. So yeah, again, so many people say that whether we have to write all those things from the very scratch. No, not at all. It's not like that. So whatever team you are going to join, right? So there must be a people who will be working since our very first day, right? So you are just supposed to contribute, and they will ask you to change something in some of the module and then do a check-in. Then your code will go for an audit, and then next things will happen. So fine, guys, this is all about modules into a Jupyter notebook. So hope we all are able to create our modules, and we all are able to import our modules, right? Now, moving ahead, right? So a next thing that we are supposed to discuss over here is called as a exception handling. So let's try to understand what is exception handling, and what is actually a meaning of a exception handling. So we all will try to understand. What is packages? So I think you will be able to understand now. This project looks scary. No, not at all. So if you will go a step-by-step manner, right? So if you'll try to look into every directory one by one, starting from a main.py file, these things will not look scary at all. This is the reason. So we are talking about these things. By the time we will go over there, everything will be clear. Don't worry. Okay. Now, moving ahead. Our next step. So shall we take one more question, or like a okay, fine. So one more question we can, I think, try to take. Or else I think we should move ahead. So one question means same directory structure you will create, right? So you have already created all those things. It's fine. Okay. So the next thing that we are going to discuss over here is called as exception handling. So let's try to understand what is the meaning of exception handling, and then how I will be able to do a exception handling in case of a Python. So exception handling is not a very new concept. It's actually a very old concept that we are using since a very long time in other languages, any other languages, I would say. So here, let me create one single Jupyter notebook file, and I will try to write one statement called as print. And here, let's suppose I have made this mistake. Here, you will be able to see that, okay, I have made a syntactical mistake. So syntax wise, yes, I have made this mistake, and because of that, so I'm able to get this kind of a issue. Now, so there can be another issue or another kind of a error which I can generate. So let's suppose if I created a function called as def, and function name is test, and inside that, so maybe I can try to return 5 by 0, and I'll try to call this test. So here I have created a function. There is no issue with that. Or maybe I can try to give a parameter a comma b over here, and then I can try to do a divided by b, execute. And then test wise, so I can try to pass 5 comma 0. Fine. Now there is an issue. Again, I can try to call test, and here I can try to write 6 by 7. There won't be any kind of issue. But when I'm trying to pass 0 in a denominator, 0 as a value of b, so yes, 5 by 0 is equal to infinity. Infinity doesn't exist inside a core Python. Infinity actually exists inside a Python. Inside a NumPy packages, you will be able to find out a symbol called as INF. And over there, if you are going to do the same operation, 5 by 0, so many of you, right, many of you who are coming from the different programming backgrounds, so you will say, or maybe you will argue that, okay, so INF is not possible, INF is not available, everywhere you will get divided by 0 kind of a issue. But in Python package, NumPy, numerical Python package, you will not be able to get 0. Actually, you will be able to get INF. So infinity exists inside a Python as a INF symbol, but not in core Python. As of now, we are just trying to use what? We are just trying to use a core Python. So here you will be able to find out that, yes, I'm getting some sort of a issue, right? Division by 0 issue. And here I'm receiving a syntactical error. So if you will start, both are error, both are issues, right? So in both the places I have done some mistake, and because of that, so I'm receiving this kind of a outcome, right? But anyone who will be able to tell me that what is a difference between my mistake number one and mistake number two? Any differences? No, no, no. So don't highlight a issue. So I know about the issue that I have missed this comma over here. So I'm just looking for a differences. Any other differences that you can observe? I know what is the error that why I'm getting an error. So one syntax error is the first one, and then second one is a, so first one is a syntactical error. Second one, so runtime error. Okay. So in a first one, if you will observe, right? So you can say that I have made a syntactical mistake. So syntactical mistake simply means that when you will try to execute, when you will try to compile, right? So it will try to check each and every syntaxes that you have written. And yes, it will, if there is some problem with the syntaxes, if you have missed some of the convention, which is already mentioned inside the languages, in that case, it is going to give you that kind of a issue. And you can say that it's nothing but it's a compile time issue, or it's a syntactical error which I'm able to receive. So in case of a syntactical error, you are supposed to handle it by yourself, because by the time you will compile, because without compilation you will not dump your code in a production environment, you will not check in your code inside a production environment. So you will for sure try to check each and every compilation issue, you will try to check each and every syntactical issue. And if you are trying to use some IDE like a VS Code or maybe a PyCharm, you will be able to find out that PyCharm IDE itself will highlight this kind of a syntactical issue automatically. You will be able to get it right. And it will tell you, it will not even allow you to execute. So before execution, you will have to fix that particular issue, syntactical issue, and then you will be able to execute. Here in Jupyter Notebook, it doesn't check all those things. We can execute it, and then only I'll get to know that whether it's a syntactical mistake, or maybe it's a runtime mistake, it's a compile time mistake, or it's a runtime mistake. So there are two kind of error that you can produce, right? Or mistakes that you can do. One is a compile time, one is a runtime. So let's suppose if it is a compile time means syntactical mistake. Let's suppose I have done syntactical mistake, can be anything. So maybe I'm writing some kind of loop or some kind of a function. So let's suppose if I'm writing this function called as test1, and then here, so I have written print. Yeah, again there is a mistake, because after function, so I'm supposed to give a colon symbol, but I have not given that colon symbol. Because of that, so it's giving me an issue, even though if I'm going to correct this indentation, but still it is going to give me an issue, right? Because I have missed something. Or maybe if I'm going to give this one and I'm not going to give the space, indentation issue again we have. So these kind of issues are called as compile time issue, or compile time mistake, or compile time error that we are trying to produce over here. And before doing a check-in or before a code execution, we are supposed to check all the compile time issue or all the compile time mistake, and we are supposed to rectify it, right? So this is what we are supposed to do. But what about these kind of a issue? Let's suppose I have written a function in my production environment. Someone is trying to pass a kind of a data set which my system will not be able to execute. So in that case, what? In that case, what I'm supposed to do? In that case, how I will be able to handle those kind of issue about which I don't even know, right? So this is where exception handling comes into a picture. This is where in every programming modules, you will be able to find out exception handlings, every programming languages. So whether we are talking about a Java, Java, C++, or maybe a C Sharp, or maybe a Scala, or any other programming languages, everywhere you will be able to find out a concept called as exception handling. And again, it's a part of a coding convention that we are supposed to write, or we are supposed to mention exception handling whenever we are trying to write even a single function or even a single line of a code. So going forward, we all will try to follow a same thing. Without using exception handling, we will not write even a single line of a code. And with the help of that, so what will happen? We'll try to see, we'll try to observe what is exception handling. So I think we, most of us are not aware about it. Some of us are aware about it. But we will try to understand how I will be able to do exception handling and how I will be able to perform, or how I will be able to avoid this kind of a issue. I'm not expecting, let's suppose I'm trying to do one thing, right? So if I have to print, this is my code after test function, right? Execute. Am I able to access this particular code? So here, how execution will happen. So first of all, it will try to execute this one, and then it will try to execute this one. Yes. If my code is going to fail in this particular place, for sure it is not going to execute this line of a code. So let's suppose if I have written another 100 line of a code over here, and if my code is failing in this particular place, it will not even allow to execute rest part of the code, and that will be an issue, right? That will be an issue, and we are supposed to handle, even though there is an issue with this particular code, but we are supposed to write a code in such a way that it will allow a next code to execute itself. Then we can say that in runtime, or maybe whenever I'll try to productionize my code, at that point of a time, even though there is an issue with the single module, because of that, all the other modules are not supposed to crash. If you are not going to do that, if you are not going to handle it, for sure, just because of one single module failure, rest of your modules are going to fail. Again, in my exception handling classes, I used to give one of the very famous example. So exception handling Wikipedia. So just try to do one thing, go to like a Google and try to search exception handling Wikipedia. And here, so you will be able to find out one of the very famous use case about exception handlings, right? So actually people have written a code, and they have not handled some of the exceptions for some of the sensors and some of the command. And because of that, a complete flight has crashed. And I can just in 1996, so complete like a flight has crashed, flight number 501, and many people have lost their life just because of that, a single set of a code. So just you can imagine an importance of this exception handling, or importance of writing a code, right? You can just check, you can just check this article. So this is one of the very famous like a research which people have published, right? So they have investigated, and they got to know that people have not like handled an exceptions, and because of that, complete flight has crashed, right? So, and again, so in a hardware programming, so again, programming is programming, right? So we are supposed to do like same thing, same kind of a things in each and every places. So just try to like search for exception handling Wikipedia. You will be able to get very interesting article over here. Okay. So this is what we are going to learn. So let's try to understand, let's try to learn what is exception handling, how we can try to handle exceptions inside our code. Yeah. How big is the code for airplane? I don't know. So I don't have any idea how big is the code for airplane. Okay. So let's try to perform this kind of a things. Let's try to handle this kind of exceptions. Okay. So where and what kind of exceptions we used to handle? So first of all, we always try to handle a runtime exceptions. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. This flight code was not written in Python. It was written in like a Ada or something like at that point of a time. So whatever language was famous, so they have written it on a hardware level. Okay. So now people have started asking me a question about flight. Okay, so now let's try to do one thing, right? So let's try to do one thing. So let's try to write a code. So already we have written a code where we are like because of some mistakes, so we are able to get this kind of a issue. We can try to handle it, right? And we can allow rest part of the code to execute itself. So here, what we used to do is, so let's suppose I'm going to write one set of a code, create a variable called as a, right? And then I can try to call open, and then here, so maybe I can try to open up test.txt, test.test.txt. Why my keyboard is not working? Okay, so test.txt, and I can try to open this one into maybe a R mode. Fine. Okay. No such file or directory called as test.txt. Again, file not found kind of exceptions that we have received. Now, same code I have to write in such a way that it will not give me this kind of a error. Even if there is a issue, it's completely fine. So it is supposed to handle it. So what I will do, this is the suspicious set of the code that I have. Just like this one. This is the suspicious set of the code that we have. So here in Python programming language, you will be able to find out a keyword called as try. So let's suppose I have a doubt. I have a doubt with my code that, okay, fine. So this might give me some sort of a issue. So what I will do, I can try to write try. Inside that, I will write same code. I will write same code. So code wise, logic wise, I have not changed anything. What I have done, I have created first of all try block. Inside a try block, I'm trying to keep my code. Okay, execute. Again, there is an issue. So there is a convention that, okay, so whatever code with which you have some sort of a doubt, you can try to keep all of those code inside a try block. But if you are trying to keep something inside a try block, you are supposed to handle it. Handle it means what? So let's suppose if your try block is giving you an error, if your try block is giving you some sort of a issue, so in that case, you are supposed to handle it. So to handle this error, there is another block which is created called as except block. Except block, right? So here you will be able to handle, and this is a kind of a block that you are supposed to create. Now issue is gone, right? So issue is gone for us. Even though there is a issue, even though there is an error, even now if I'll try to execute the same line, right, it will give me an issue. But now here I'm not able to receive a similar kind of a issue. What I have done, I have a doubt with this code. Whatever code I have written, I had a doubt, right? I was just assuming that, okay, fine. So there is a possibility that I may get some sort of a error. What I have done, I have just kept it inside this try block. And then I have written what? I have written a except block. So try block for a suspicious set of the code and except block to handle it. Although I have not mentioned anything inside the except block, I have just written pass. I think we all know a meaning of pass, right? In our past, like when we are talking about the function, so I think we have seen that. I think when we were talking about a for loop, so even at that point of a time, we have seen this pass keyword. Pass is nothing but, so if you don't have to define a body of something, just give pass. Means it will not expect any kind of a body. So if you are going to write only a try block, there will be an issue, because if there is a error, so where it should go, and that things we used to define where, that thing we used to define inside a except block. In any other programming languages, you will be able to find out try and catch block, not except keyword is not there, right? Try and catch. So except is exactly similar to your catch that you will be able to find out maybe in Java or maybe in Scala. But here inside a Python, there is no such keyword called as catch which exists. You can try to use except instead of using a catch over here. So suspicious set of the code we have to keep inside a try block and then inside a except block, so we can try to handle it. Means if error happens, then where it is supposed to go. As simple as that. Let's suppose if I'm going to make some another kind of a mistake, but this time same code is not working for me. Any reason? Guys, anyone? So yeah, I'm writing my suspicious set of code inside a try block, and even I have written my except block to handle it. But last time it was working, this time it is not working. Why? Because it's a syntactical mistake. It's a compile time error that we have produced. It simply means that we will not be able to handle a compile time issue, a compile time error with the help of try and except. So what kind of error I will be able to handle? A runtime error. Error which it will be able to create, which it will be able to produce when it will try to execute a file system or maybe a variable or maybe a data that you are trying to give inside it. Syntactically, if you have made a mistake, so before even executing these things, majority of the IDE that you are going to use, it is going to give you or it is going to show you a issue, a red mark. Is that okay? Fine. So there is some sort of a mistake that you have made in this particular line. No, it's fine. Okay. Yes. So compile time issue it will not be able to handle. So yes, we are just trying to reproduce all of those like instances, and then we are trying to write it down. Now here inside the except block, yes. So inside the except block, so if I would like to know that, okay, now what kind of errors are there? So what I can do? So inside the except block, as we all know that if there will be an error, right? So maybe I can try to write print there is some issue with my code. So here instead of printing actual error, it is trying to print what? So it is trying to print my own messages. But let's suppose if I have written my own messages and tomorrow you are going to check all the issues. So for sure you will not be able to understand with the help of my own custom messages that what kind of issues, what kind of error that we have produced. Maybe you are looking for a specific error message. So if someone will tell you that there is some IO kind of a error, means input output kind of a error, or maybe a read write kind of a error, or divisible by zero kind of a error. So in that way, it will be easier for you to debug your code. It will be easier for you to understand the issue. So here it's a very generic message that I have written, which is not going to work for sure. Yes, it is working. It's a working code, but still it is not going to work when someone will try to do a debugging. So we are not supposed to write this kind of a messages over here, just a messages. Yes, we can write a message, but along with that, so we are supposed to capture what? We are supposed to capture even a kind of a error that it is going to produce. So now we will try to understand that what different kind of issues, or what different kind of error I will be able to get, and then I will be able to print all of those things, or then I will be able to use all of those things. So let's try to do it, guys. So here file not found kind of exceptions, or file not found kind of errors that I have received, that is fine. Now let's try to, so here I can try to write IO error. So IO error is nothing but one of the kind of error which you will be able to find out inside the exception handling classes. I will be talking about it like inside the exception handling classes, what in all different errors which is available, and then how you will be able to resolve all of those errors. But as of now, let's suppose I have used this IO error. IO error is nothing but it's a predefined classes which is already available inside a exception handling classes, super class. Now here, so if I'm trying to call IO error, that is fine. Again, execute it. So here, what it is trying to do. So let's suppose I have written IO error, right? And this time, it is not going to give me any kind of a issue. It is able to handle it. Even without writing IO error, yes, it is able to handle it. Same messages, there is no changes in my output, even though there is an error. Now here, I have written, let's suppose, IO kind of a error. And here, I'm writing 5 by 0. The above one. I have a try. I have written except, but still there is an issue. Yes. Now what is the reason? Anyone? So now let's try to understand error by error. So like I said, so there are many different kind of error which exist, right? So the superclass of each and every errors or exception is equal to exception classes. Inside that, you will be able to find out arithmetic error. You will be able to find out like a zero division error. You will be able to find out IO error. You will be able to find out model not found error, key error, memory error, right? Many different kind of errors we used to face or we used to handle. Now here I have written A is equal to 5 by 0. Now this 5 by 0, is this things is a input output error? No, right? It's not an input output error. It's a arithmetic error. Maybe there is a possibility that it's a arithmetic error, but it's not a IO error. So let's suppose if I'm going to write over here arithmetic error and then execute, is it fine now? Last time I was trying to write IO error, but it was not working for me. Now This time I'm trying to write arithmetic error, and yes, it is working for me. Now what is the differences? Why it is working now and why it was not working before? The reason over here is inside a exception handling class, right? Or you can say module. Inside, someone has written exception handling modules. Now inside exception handling modules, you will be able to find out a multiple sub modules. And inside those sub modules, you will be able to find out a different functions and different classes. Different functions for what? So some function is responsible for handling maybe IO error. Some function may be responsible for handling a arithmetic error. Some functions may be responsible for handling a zero division error. Some functions may be responsible for handling a memory error, module not found error, right? So someone has written some of those functions inside exception handling modules, the way we were trying to create our own modules, right? Just now. So we were creating module 1, 2, 3, 4 and so on. And yes, we were trying to call it. So in the similar way, when I trying to call arithmetic error, so it simply means that it will be able to, right? So it simply means that it will be able to catch, or it will be able to execute just that particular kind of errors which comes under that particular module. So it doesn't come under that module, so for sure it will not be able to do anything. So like in case of this one, if I'm going to call IO error, it is not going to call. But why we are calling it? So you can just give me an argument that okay, fine, do one thing, remove it, and then everything will be fine, everything will work. But I will not be able to capture, or I will not be able to get a particular error. I'll tell you, I'll show you how. So let's suppose I've written arithmetic error and then as E, right? And then here, so let's suppose along with print, so I'm trying to print this alias. Now here, E is nothing but it's just an alias of this one that I've created. You can give your name as well. That is not a problem. So here I'm trying to print. Here I'm trying to print what? I'm trying to print E. So are we able to get this issue in this one? There is some issue with my code. This is what I have written, right? From where we are able to get this one? From this arithmetic error, we are able to receive this particular messages. So someone has written this message, right? Someone has written this messages in a arithmetic error modules, and because of that, so we are able to call it. Are you able to visualize it, guys? After having classes, like after having understanding of like modules and this one, yeah. So we're just trying to do a very simple thing, right? So we are just trying to capture, or we are just trying to get some information from a model which is already created. So here you will be able to find out that I'm trying to use a arithmetic error, which is a specific kind of a module created inside the exception module. And here, so yes, it is able to capture arithmetic error. Now, likewise, there are different kind of modules which is available, and we will try to explore all of those modules one by one. But before that, right? Before that, so we are supposed to perform some of the operations. So here I'm talking about try and except block. So I think we all are able to understand what is try. So try is nothing but it's a kind of a block where we are supposed to keep our suspicious code. Now, what is except? Except is nothing but whenever there will be an issue, it will come where? It will come to a except block. And with the help of except blocks, it will try to handle it. This is where except comes into a picture. Now, there is something called as, so let's suppose here, so I'm going to write else. Now else, and then I can try to write, this will execute once try will execute with success, right? Okay, so here I can try to close it. There is some issue, right? Okay, I will try to write this one 5 by 4. Now which block has executed? Let's try to observe. So here I've written one block called as try, and inside a try you are supposed to write always a suspicious code. Yes, this was a suspicious set of a code for me. I was not sure that whether it will be able to execute itself successfully or not, so I have kept these things inside my try block, right? Now whenever there will be an issue with the try block, it will come where? It will come to a except block. You are supposed to handle it. If you're not handling it, handle it means what? Just try to print some messages or capture those messages, or maybe print a default messages. or maybe try to log it. So you can try to write many functions going forward. We'll see. So there are many functions we can write inside the except block, just a normal blocks, nothing else. Now there is another block called as else block. It's not if else I'm talking about. I think we have seen for else as well. Those kind of a things doesn't exist in any other languages, but in Python there is something called as a for else that we have learned. Generally we know about just a if else kind of a statement, right? But no, even for else exists. In the similar way, even try, except, and else exist. So when it will try to execute else a statement. So let's suppose if I would like to execute something, right? If this code is able to execute itself successfully. So let's suppose if I would like to print some sort of a message or maybe some another code block I would like to execute, once try will be able to execute itself successfully, then what we can do? So we can try to write it down inside a else block. So it will be able to come to this particular else block once try will be able to execute successfully. In an unsuccessful execution, where it will go? In unsuccessful execution, it will come to except, means it will try to handle it. If you have already handled it, it's fine. If it is not able to handle it, it will be an issue. Again, you will have to handle that as well, right? So here, right? So here, what you can do is, so you can try to like we are doing a very simple thing, right? So suspicious code, keep it inside try, one line answer. Now here, if there is there is some issue with the code, fine, it will come to the except block. If there is no issue, come to else block. So whatever I would like to execute after unsuccessful execution, I can keep it inside except. Whatever I would like to execute on a successful execution of my code, I can try to write it down inside a else statement. Let me give you a broader view of the same thing by writing different situations, or by writing a different scenario. So let's suppose I have written 5 by 4. There is no issue, right? If there is no issue, then it is supposed to do what? It is supposed to do some sort of a file reading operation. So if is equal to open, and open in what? So maybe open this test.txt file, test.txt file, and then in which mode it is supposed to open? Maybe into a read mode, right? Okay, into a read mode it is supposed to open. Now execute. Again there is an issue, but why and where we are getting this issue? So let's try to understand this particular part, exception part. So here, as we all know that there was a try block, there is no issue with this code at all. There is no issue with this code. So yes, successfully it is able to execute this one. On a successful execution, it will come where? It will come to this else statement. Now inside the else block, we have written what? We have written this line. Yes, it is able to print. But when it will come to this line, right? Now it is giving me an issue because it is not able to execute this line. There is a bug in this particular code. Maybe it is not able to find this particular file in a read mode. It is not able to read it. We all know that in a write mode, it will try to create a file if file is not available. But in a read mode, it will try to read a file. This is what we have learned in our previous classes, right? Okay. So here, let's suppose if I have to handle this kind of a situation. So again, I have some doubt with this code, right? What I can do, so I can try to write like again, try, and inside that, so I can try to place my code. So again, I'm writing try inside where? So I'm trying to write try inside a else block. So here I can write maybe f is equal to open, and then again, so with the indentation, so except, and then I can write maybe some sort of a print statement. Print, there is an issue with internal try block. Done, handled, right? So here again, what I have done, I have some doubt with this set of a code which I am writing. Again, I have just kept it inside a try block. If I would like to keep maybe a multiple line of a code, yes, I can do it, right? So where we don't have a dependency between a before and after code. If we have some dependencies like let's suppose like we have a separate module. So in that case, separate try and catch block, we are, or separate try and except block, we can try to write. So here, yes, there was an issue, and we are supposed to write except if there is an issue. So it is able to handle it. Let's suppose uh, in this case, my code will come where? My code will come over here, right? Now what I want to do, so maybe my code will come over here inside the except block. So if there is an issue, just do one thing. So try to maybe do one thing, that try to read a file in this particular place. So I can write f is equal to open and then test.txt, and try to open up this file into what? So into a write mode. Okay, into a write mode. Try to open it up into a write mode. So here there will be an issue. For sure it will come to except block. And here there is some issue with the code. So yes, there is some issue with the code. It's coming over here, right? And it is coming to this particular place. Maybe I can try to parameterize this one. I can try to take input, user input. Yes. So input A is equal to, I can try to convert all the input into like enter the first number, and I can try to write input to the second number, and then maybe I can write A by B over here is equal to C, execute. Okay, what is the issue with B? So where I have made a mistake, I think there was two bracket, right? One bracket, and then this is the second bracket. Here I have not handled again. So yeah, enter the first number 4, 6. Now try to understand the code flow. So how code is executing itself. So first of all, it is looking for A and then it is looking for B. So yes, I have entered 4 and 6, right? Then it will come over here, A by B. So 4 by 6, it's good, right? It will be able to get a value of C. So if this entire code is able to execute itself successfully, where it will come? This place, into a else block. That's the reason. So this will execute once, a try will execute with success. Now, if there is an issue, so let's suppose again I'm going to execute it, same code I will try to execute, but this time I'll try to give denominator is equal to 0. So 5, and then second one is 0. Now, so how it is going to execute itself? So now let's suppose A is equal to 5, I have already given. B is equal to 0, I have already given, right? Here it will try to do 5 by 0, which will try to generate an issue. So if there is an issue, it will come to the except block, what we have written over here. There is some issue with my code. So yes, there is some issue with my code, division by 0, and then it will execute rest of the code. Simple. And if there is no issue and if we have already handled it, you will not be able to get any kind of error. So even though there is a mistake which I have made, there is 5 and 0 I am trying to enter maybe in a runtime, but still I'm able to handle it. My code is able to execute this next line. After this, let's suppose after taking an input, so I would like to open up a file, right? And then I would like to do some kind of operations. Yes, it is coming over here. I'm able to open up a file. I will be able to do an operations. Yes. So why it's not opening? Okay. So I think you should attend our previous classes, because in my previous classes, I have told you very clearly that it will be able to open, and then you have to write f dot read, right? Then this will work. Someone is asking me a question that why it is not opening. Okay, so now it's trying to give me not readable. So okay, where is the mistake I have made here? Okay, so it will be able to open as well as it will be able to read. And if you will go and check, so somewhere you will be able to find out my test.txt file. So a second ago it has already created with a 0 byte, because I'm not writing anything inside my file. Yeah. So hope you all are able to understand a difference between try, except, and else, at least for now. Just 3 block. Forget about what kind of exceptions and error. We'll be talking about it. How to create a custom exceptions. Even all those things will be talk about it. Yeah. But just I'm trying to give you understanding of try block. What is the meaning of try block? What is the meaning of except block? What is the meaning of else block? Yes. Clear? Except will only execute if try except will only execute if try is successful. Am I correct? No, you are not correct at all. Else will execute in a successful execution of try, and except will execute itself when try will fail. Simple. Yeah. So it's very easy, I would say. I'm going to introduce one new block called as finally, right? But first of all, try to understand these three blocks. Try. So what we used to do inside try, so we used to keep our code, understand in this way, right? We used to keep our code inside a try block. If there is an issue with my code, then where it will come? It will come to except in case of issue. Now, if there is no issue, then where it will come? So in case of no issue, just try to understand in layman way, guys. That will be like a great. So in case of issue, it will come to except block. In case of no issue, it will come to else block. As simple as that. Fine, everyone? Try executes as well as else. Yes, so whatever, if there is no issue, means try will execute the complete code, whatever code you have written, whatever code, right? You have written over there, and then it will try to execute a else block. This is what happens in case of a like a try, except, and else. Let me give you 4 to 5 more example. I think you all will be able to correlate. Yeah. So I'll just try to give you a 4 to 5 more example. Let's see how it goes. This will be fine. Okay, so I will try to start with maybe your old concept. I think list, tuples, and dictionaries, all those things we have already studied. Yes. Okay. So here, what I can do is, so maybe I can try to create a list, right? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 0. Execute. Now, if I'll try to call list of 100, what will happen? Anyone who can tell me without executing? I'm expecting kind of a error, you can say, right? I think we have already seen that. I'm expecting error. Okay. Now I have to handle. Like I've created a list, that is fine. But inside that, so I'm trying to fetch what? I'm trying to fetch a data from 100 indexes by mistake. So you are trying to do it. Yes. And maybe I'm supposed to handle. I'm not looking for this issue. So I'm not looking for this error. And after that, so this is a code which I have written. Let me copy this code over here, right? And after that, so I have created like tuples, let's suppose, and inside a tuples I'm going to keep maybe 7, 8, 9, 7, 9, this one, and then t I'm trying to access, right? Now here I have written 4 line of a code, and let's suppose if I'm going to print this one, and print this one. So I think you all are able to observe the issue very clearly, right? There is a 4 line of a code which I have written, that is fine. But will I be able to execute this set of a code if there is an issue with the line number second? No, right? There is an issue with the line number 2, and because of that, it is not executing line number 3, line number 4, because in a sequential manner, it will keep on executing my code, right? Okay. Now I have to handle this situation. So I have to write my code in such a way that even though there is an issue, but still it is supposed to execute line number 3 and line number 4. Okay, fine. So I will try to handle this kind of a situation. Let's suppose this is a situation that we have received, right? And somehow I'm supposed to write a code by which it will be able to handle. Okay, not an issue. So I can try to write. There are multiple ways by which I can write, but yeah, so I'm just going to show you one of the ways. So here, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, right? And then let's suppose list of 100 I'm trying to extract out of this one. Fine, I just kept this code inside a try block. Okay, now if this block of code will be able to execute successfully, if not, then except what? Print. If there is an error, it will come to except. If there is no issue, else, right? What I'm supposed to do? So maybe I can write a print. But the condition was that whenever there will be an issue, but it is supposed to execute this one. So like I said, there are multiple ways by which I can write a code. So it's completely fine. I can write in one of the ways. So maybe I can try to copy this one and then I can try to paste it over here. This is just one of the way, and this is not a best way, I would say. Are we able to get a value of tuples now? Yeah, we are able to get it. So we had an issue over here, right? Just because of this code. Now there is a possibility here. So let's suppose I would like to do t of 0, right, is equal to SUDH. Now, can I say that I will be able to get some sort of an error over here? What is the reason behind this? A mutable one, right? I think in our previous classes we have already studied that tuples are nothing but it's a mutable entity, and I think we all remember that what is the difference between a mutable entity and immutable entity, right? So tuples are nothing but immutable. Lists are nothing but mutable entity. I think we all understand. We all have discussed all of those things multiple times, right? So tuples are nothing but immutable. Immutable means we can't perform this line number 5 kind of operations on a tuples. Now, if I'll try to do this one, right? Now, if I'll try to do this one over here, yes, there will be an issue, right? I have not handled this set of a code. Yes, I have not handled this set of a code. So maybe what I can do over here is that I can try to keep this set of a code inside a try block. Yes. So wherever I have doubt, it's a very simple block, guys. Just try to understand in this way, right? It's a very simple block. So if we have written try block, then what we can write? Except. Except is must. It's completely fine if we are not going to give like a body. So we are going to write like a pass. That is fine. But yes, there was some kind of a suspicious code. So we have written this try with this indentation along with the code. And now issue is gone. So this is where we can try to use try, call as try or except. We can try to write try inside try. We can try to write try inside except. We can try to write try catch or try except inside else. So anywhere, right? Maybe I can try to write another try over here. Possible, I can do it, right? So let's suppose over here, so I would like to write another try, and then I would like to write another code that t list of t, and then print t. So yes, if I have written try, so I'm supposed to write except block as well, pass. Is it fine to everyone? Yeah. So in this way, we can try to write any hierarchy of the try, except, try, except, try, except. And yes, it is going to work fine for you. Although we are not supposed to write generally when we try to write a standard code. So as a standard coding practice or convention, so we are not supposed to maintain a multiple hierarchy of a try, except, try, except, try, except inside our code. It's not looks good. It won't be, your code won't be a readable one in that way, right? If you will try to write a multiple blocks of try inside except and inside the try, so it's always better to separate all the modules. So instead of writing one into another, we used to separate the modules, and then module wise, so we keep on calling it inside some other modules. So this is just a basic definition, I would say, about try, except, and else. Just a basic definition. I have not discussed anything so far in case of exception handling. I've just discussed a very simple thing. I've just shown you like a couple of errors, right? I've just discussed what is a compile time issue, what is a runtime issue, what is a difference in between. So whatever syntactical mistake that you are going to do, so that belongs to a compile time error, or you can say syntactical error. And this kind of error, like IO error, input output error, right? Let's suppose I'm trying to read a file, but I'm not able to do it. So that is something called as a IO error. Or maybe I'm trying to perform some kind of a division by zero. So again, division by zero error or arithmetic error, you can say. So these kind of a issue I can try to get. So these kind of a issue I will be able to handle with respect to try and except block. I won't be able to handle a syntactical issue with the help of try and accept, because syntactical mistake, if you have made as a developer, as a person who is going to write a code, you are supposed to handle it. Okay, so fine guys, I think we can take a break for next 15 minute. Yes, so it's a 5:20, so we will resume again by 5:35, right? And then we will try to start from the same place. There are so many things that we have to discuss, and going forward, when I will give you some sort of a task, so without exception handling, without package and model, I won't be expecting any kind of a solution. Last time I have seen that a couple of you have already created a packages and modules, and you have shown me a code, Vishal, I think, right? He has shown me a code. But going forward, so I will be expecting all of your code with this one. Without this, no code submissions you are supposed to do. Okay, next topic, same. Try so exception handling. So exception handling itself is two use. So we are supposed to talk about many things. In case of exception handling, we'll have to learn like how we can try to create our own custom exception handling, and what is a meaning of a default exception handling which is available. So all such things we have to discuss, and then we can finish our exception handling. And then you will start, I'll give you a couple of problems where you're not supposed to write anything without doing this. Modules, exception handlings, these things are pretty much important, and we all are supposed to follow. Can we say compile time as pre-runtime? No, there is no word called as pre-runtime. You can say for your reference, but there is nothing called as pre-runtime. Can we say okay, class will finish till 6:30? Guys, is there any issue if we can extend our classes till 8 o'clock? I think we'll be, see, I'm not discussing much topic. We are taking 5 hours of classes, that is fine. But I'm not discussing like many topics in this 5 hours. I'm just trying to talk about the same thing again and again and again by giving you many situations, many scenario. Otherwise, in 5 hours, it's like a huge amount of time, and we can discuss like I can finish like 4 to 5 modules, major modules in 5 hours. So I just have to type some sort of a code, right? It will like a work, and then I'll keep on telling you this is this, this is this, and this is this. Yeah. Now we know we are going in right speed now. So yeah, but yeah, we have to spend, right? So whatever code I'm writing, so you have to write, you have to practice. Then I'll give you a couple of problems, then solve it inside the classes, so that you are not supposed to invest time after the class. Like I don't want you to like spend much time after the classes. No, not at all. Someone is saying rest can drop. Yes, मजा आता है बहुत. Okay, fine, guys. Take a 15 minute of break. Go have some snacks and water and everything, right? And then come back. So we'll resume. Yeah, it's good to sit in a class, right? So and then practice along with me. So let me start my timer. So 15 minute. And those who have just joined, so do drop me a mail. So in case of any issue that you are facing, right, I'll try to handle. And again, so after the class, right, so let's have a discussion. So after 7:30, so I think after 7, so we'll discuss. So where you are facing an issue, or what kind of issue you are facing, whether you are able to do a coding or not. Those who are facing even an issue with the code now, right? Let's start a discussion. So we will discuss, and then we will try to close it. We will try to understand what is the issue, what kind of assistance that you are looking for, because I think it's been more than 3 to 4 weeks, right? It's been more than 3 to 4 weeks. Although we are just talking about the basic of Python, we are not even introduced advanced Python so far, right? Your advanced Python will start after OOPS concept. So we have not started our advanced Python at all. But okay, someone is saying 20 minutes of break. Take it, but I will be here till 8 o'clock. So after that, let's have a discussion. So those who are facing an issue, let's have an open discussion. Yeah, sure. So you can mail me on a query at the rate of I'm.ai. So anyone who is facing any kind of issues, so you can mail me, or let's have a discussions inside a class itself. So after the class, so I think we can have a discussion. Please share a code in your screen. Don't worry, I'll ping you. So by that time, so you can try to write by yourself. Your mail, so query at the rate of iNeuron.ai. So I think in your dashboard below a video, you will be able to see this mail ID. In every videos, you will be able to see a mail ID in a dashboard itself. If we are not able to submit the assignment, can we still work on internship? Yes, there is no relationship between your assignment submission and internship. Both are separate. I think so the answer is no break. No, so like generally I don't like taking a break. I can continue for next 5 hours, but the people will not be able to sit right. So I think we should take break. Advanced assignment is too tough. Yeah, that's the reason. So we have given you right, but yeah, it's not that tough. Okay, fine guys. So let's resume. So here I was talking about like a try, except, and else. So there are like another statement which I can try to execute over here, and that is called as a finally. So let's try to write a simple set of a code. So try, and let's suppose I'm writing maybe a suspicious code. So I'm trying to open up some of the file, and here so maybe I can try to write test.txt, and maybe I can try to open up this file into a read mode. That is fine. So let me try to write exept, and then here so I can try to write pass, and things will be fine. Let me make these things as one. Okay, so we all know about try and accept. Now let's try to understand that what another block does, which is called as finally. So here there is another block called as finally that you all will be able to find it out. So let's suppose I have to write something, print, and then finally I will execute in any case here, right? Just try to understand the hierarchy of the code, how this is going to work. Here I have mentioned try block. That is fine. So in case of a try block, so we used to write those kind of a code where we have some sort of a doubt. So here I had a doubt in line number 2. So I have kept these things inside a try block. Now here I'm trying to write a finally block. I'm not writing except block. Ideally, I'm supposed to write what? I'm supposed to write a except block, but I have not written this except kind of a block. I have written a some other block, which is a new block for us, which is called as finally. So what is the roles and responsibility of finally? So roles and responsibility of finally is to execute itself in any circumstances. So whether there is an issue with the try block, whether you have not handled those error or any kind of a things, you will be able to find out. But finally will try to execute itself for sure. So let's suppose if I would like to write a code which is supposed to execute itself, even though there is an issue with a complete code that I have written before this one. So in this case, I can write that subset of the code inside a finally block. I'll just show you another example. I think that will make more sense and you all will be able to clarify your doubts in that way. So let's suppose I'm creating a list over here. Inside that, I can try to keep some sort of a numbers. And then here, so list of 0, maybe we will try to extract, right? So finally I will execute in any cases, and let me give a print statement so that I will be able to print print, and then here is the things. So are we able to get this statement? Are we able to execute the statement? Answer is yes, we are able to execute this statement, and that's the reason so I'm able to get 4. Although, right, although like even though we have a we have some sort of a issue with this set of a code, but still we are getting an error. That is completely fine, but still finally is trying to execute. So this is a roles and responsibility of a finally. So finally says that I will execute myself, doesn't matter what has happened with your code. But again, inside a finally block, if you have written a wrong code, right, again there will be an issue. So again I can try to handle maybe with the help of try and catch or accept statement. So in generally in case of a database connectivity, or generally in case of a find handling, right? So whenever we'll try to open up a file, and because of some intermediate operations, if I'm not able to write something inside a file, but still I have to close a file, or still I have to close a database connectivity, so I can try to write those kind of closer connect like a connection closer kind of a statement inside a finally block. I can write any kind of a code inside a finally block. I'm not just saying that no, just a file closer or statement or database closer statement you are supposed to write inside a finally block. I can write any set of a code, and if that set of a code is correct, it will try to execute. If there is an issue with that code, right, if I have written maybe like a L of 10, so it will not try to execute this one, and again I will be able to get issue. So one issue I'm getting for the first error, and another issue I'm getting for the second error. Index out of a range kind of a exceptions which I'm able to receive in this particular place. So this is where you will be able to find out that finally block comes in between. So finally will try to execute itself in any circumstances, even though there is an issue with the previous blocks. Now, so we can try to stop this very first error first of all, right? So I can try to write what? I can try to write except here, and then maybe just a pass. So first issue I'm able to handle. There is only one error we are getting as of now, right? And that is because of this one, line number 8. So we can try to handle these things as well. So maybe we can try to write try block, and inside a try block, so I can try to keep my code, right? And here, so I can try to write maybe a except and then pass. All issues are handled in this particular case, right? So try, except, finally, and else. So these are the four blocks that you will be able to find out. Generally in other programming languages you will be able to find out three blocks: try, catch, and finally. But in case of Python you will be able to find out a four block: try, except, else, and finally. Now let's try to combine each and everything. So as we have discussed, right, else block. Let's suppose I'm going to accommodate my else block over here. So else means what? So else means, let's try to like write in this way: print else will execute if try will execute with, right? Okay, so where is an issue? So else control X, we are supposed to keep these things after. No, it's fine. Yeah. So there are four blocks in total that we have studied. First block is a try block, second block is a except block, third block is a else block, and fourth block is a finally block. Now let's try to summarize each and every block that we have written over here. Try simply means that suspicious code. Except simply means that if try will fail, come to except. If try will pass, then come to else, and then finally it will try to execute over here, right? So here I can try to show you a different scenario in this particular place. So let's suppose I'm going to open up my file in w plus mode, right? What will happen? So what kind of a print statement you are expecting, guys? Anyone who can tell me? So what is an output that you are expecting? Yes, anyone? Okay, so people are saying that try block will execute else, and finally else part, error part, else will execute, finally will execute, both print statement, else print exception. Okay, fine. So let me tell you one thing over here, that try, so try will try to execute itself successfully. So if try is executing itself successfully, it will try to execute else. Clear this particular part? And anyhow finally is going to execute itself, right? So anyhow it will come to finally, and whatever we have written inside finally, so it will try to execute if there is some issue within a finally block, whatever code, whatever piece of a code that we have written inside a finally block. If there is some sort of a issue, so for sure finally block will not be able to handle it. Yeah. Okay, so here what we can do is, so we can write a code by using all of these four blocks. So going forward, whatever assignment which I will give you, right, make sure that you are going to use all of these four blocks: try, except, else, and finally, in each and every assignment without any exceptions. I'm not going to ask you that whether you are supposed to utilize exception handlings or not. This is something which you are supposed to apply by default. You are not supposed to like escape this particular part. Now let's try to understand that, can we write except statement twice? Is it possible to handle multiple exceptions at a time? Is it possible to handle single exceptions at a time? There are many different kind of concepts you will be able to get. Is it possible to raise our own custom exceptions, for example, right? So here if I'm writing 5 by 0, okay, if I'm writing 5 by 0, so here I will be able to get zero division error, or it's a arithmetic error, you can say. Precisely you can say that it's a arithmetic error. But someone has written a code for this one, right? That if you, in a denominator, if there is a 0, You will be able to get this kind of a error. You will be able to get this kind of exceptions. Let's suppose if I'm going to write 5 by 6, and if I'll ask you that, okay, fine, so write a code where if there will be 6 in a denominator, it is supposed to raise an exceptions. Just in a similar way, it has raised an exception as this one, division by 0. So that is something called as a custom exceptions. And yes, it is possible to create your own custom exceptions based on your given condition. It will be, so whenever it will encounter these kind of a situations, it will be able to raise an issue, and then in the similar way you can try to handle it. So that is something called as a raise exception. There is a keyword called as raise. I will be talking about it in some time, once I'll give you one small assignment. But yeah, before that, so we are supposed to understand one thing, that is it possible to write a multiple except? Is it possible to write a multiple else in the same indentation? Same hierarchy wise, yes, we can write it. That we have already seen, right? Anyhow, we are able to call try and except over here. So we are supposed to understand this particular part. So let's try to understand one by one. So I will just try to take this particular block. Yes. And what I will do is, so maybe I can try to handle IO exceptions. So IO exceptions or IO error, I will try to handle. Now here, so let's suppose if I'm going to print, right? This is my error. Okay, execute. It's fine. I will try to give R over here. So purposely, I will try to create an error. So here, this is my error. But if I would like to print a messages from a IO error, so I can try to give alias as E, or maybe directly I can try to call IO error, and I can try to print over here. So here it is trying to tell me that no such file or directory exists. Now from where we are getting this kind of a error? So if I'll try to execute this code directly, right, you will be able to find out that it's the same error, right? It's the same error we are able to print and we are able to produce. And let's suppose if I'm able to maintain a logging, if I'm able to log this particular error, I think in the last classes we were talking about a logging, right? So how I will be able to log errors, or maybe how I will be able to log a debug, or maybe info or warnings, such kind of a things, right? So if I will be able to log it, and tomorrow, so if you will start looking into an entire log, if you will encounter that, okay, fine, so this is a error log that we have, you will be able to debug a code. You will be able to look into the entire system, and you will be able to trace it, that okay, fine, so because of what reason, so I have received this particular issue, and let's try to fix it. Because when you will work in a bigger system, right, so in that case you are supposed to maintain those things. Like without that, you will not be able to build a huge system, because you don't know so when your code is going to crash, with what kind of a data, right? So we are supposed to handle each and everything inside a code by default. So fine guys, I think we know about try, we know about finally, right? Now let's try to talk about one more thing, one piece of a code, you can say, right? So here I can try to write one function called as def. So ask for integer. Okay, so I can try to write over here. So I can try to write in this way. So while true, so I think all of you are able to understand the concept of while. So while true, so just do one thing. So a is equal to input, and input what? Enter an integer, right? And it is going to take as a string, so we can try to do a typecasting. So I can try to write in this way. Okay, so enter an integer. So let's suppose someone will try to enter an integer. If it is not an integer, right, let's suppose if I will try to enter my name, so can I say that I will be able to get exceptions over here? Yes, I will be able to get exceptions over here. Okay, so what I can do in this case, so maybe I can try to handle. So where I will be able to handle except. So here I will try to handle. Now I don't know like what kind of a error or what kind of exceptions I'm going to get, right? Or maybe I don't remember that what and all different kind of a error exist, but still I'm looking for a messages. So here in that case, what I can do is, so I can try to write, I can try to call exceptions as E. So I'll tell you what is meaning of this exceptions, exception, and then print. So this is my error message, and then print simple E, right? Okay, so else if someone has entered an integer, so in that case print person has entered a value. Okay, now okay, execute. Now let's try to call this function, ask for a integer. I'm going to execute it. So first of all, it is asking for the integer. I'll not enter integer. Now again, I'll not enter integer. Again, not enter integer. Again, not enter integer. Again, not enter integer. Right? Again, not enter integer. So what is going inside the code and what we are supposed to do, or what we are supposed to write right over here. And again, so you must be able to see like some sort of error, some sort of issues over here, right? So let's try to understand again and again. Let's suppose I have entered the integer, right? Okay, so I have not applied a break statement, so I think I have to interrupt. Yeah, so keyword interrupt I have to apply. So here let's try to understand one by one based on the output that we are able to receive. Here I have written while is equal to true. So can I say that this is nothing but on a function call, it will get inside the infinite loop, right? So while always try to check a true false condition, we have already given a true. So it will get into a infinite loop unless and until you are not going to break it. Now it will come to this particular place, right? It is asking you to enter an integer. So no, I'm not entering an integer. I'm entering some sort of a string over here. Okay. So if there is a string, if there is an issue, it will come where? So it will come inside a except block. Here it will try to come. And here, so I have written exception as E. So exception is nothing but it's a super class, you can say, of all the exceptions that you will be able to get, or it's kind of a module which is having a like a top priority or top hierarchy as compared to any other modules which is designed inside the exception handling here. So it will be able to catch every kind of exceptions. Doesn't matter whether it's a arithmetic exceptions, it's a IO exceptions, it's a division by exceptions, it's a file exceptions, it will, or it's a memory exceptions. It will be able to capture each and every exceptions because this is a parent class. It will be able to understand. So here directly instead of calling, because I don't know, maybe I don't remember, right? This can be a IO exceptions possible, right? But I don't remember, right? So what kind of exceptions I will be able to get, but still I'm looking for a messages. So I will try to call a super class of all the exceptions over here. And this is just an alias. I can directly try to call this one. That will work fine. This is just a naming conventions that we used to give just for a neat and clean code. And here, so I'm trying to print. So this is my error message. This is my error message. And this is a message that we are able to produce from where? We are able to produce from our library itself. So invalid literals for a int with the base 10, this one. So whatever I'm trying to enter, it's a invalid literals. This is what it is trying to give it to me. So this message I'm getting from where? This message I'm getting from here. If you will directly execute this line, so you will be able to get this message. You will be able to get this kind of error directly. And again, so it is trying to like execute what? So it is trying to execute basically a close this issue. Means it is going to a finally block. It is not going inside the else block because it will be able to go inside the else block if try will be able to execute itself successfully. But no, try is not able to execute itself successfully. There is an issue with a code written inside a try. So it is getting inside except, but as we know that finally will execute in any circumstances, in any cases, right? So finally is executing and close this issue, close this issue, close this issue, which is again wrong, right? Which is again not acceptable at all. We are not supposed to reach out to the finally unless and until we are not able to do this kind of a things, right? Unless and until we are not able to get a integer. Now let's try to look into other output when I have just entered like integer values. So at that point of a time, what has happened? So let's try to understand that particular part as well. So here I have entered an integer. right? So yes, it is able to call which one person has entered a correct value, means it is coming inside this else block that we are able to see person has entered this one and close this issue. But again, while closing this issue, so as we have kept this entire code inside a while loop, so it will keep on running this loop again and again and again and again, right? So now how I will be able to handle this issue? So first issue is, whenever there will be a correct input, it is supposed to exit. It is supposed to exit from the entire execution. So maybe, right, maybe I can write a code over here, a very small, like a piece of a code we can write over here called as BREAK. I think we all are aware about it, right? So I'm just saying that, okay, fine. So when it will come inside the else block, and when it will come, when try will be successful, right? So whenever it will come inside else block, do one thing, break it, break the complete loop, right? Now let's try to execute and let's see whether I'm able to handle a first issue or not. So yes, that is handled, right? So enter an integer 5. Yes, I have entered a correct value. So there is no issue with this set of a code. So it will not go inside except block at all. Where it will come to a else block, and inside the else block we have written break statement, and it is trying to break the complete loop, but still it is trying to print my finally statement, right? Now again I will try to execute, and this time I will not enter anything. Fine. Yes, so I will not enter anything over here. So it will keep on asking, but still it is trying to call this one. Now I have to handle one situation over here, right? So I have to handle one kind of a situations where it is not supposed to execute a finally block, right? It is not supposed to execute a finally block, even though, so when it is coming to the exceptions. So whenever it is coming to the exceptions, it is not supposed to come to the final block. So is it possible? Anyone who can suggest me? Someone has suggested me that, okay, fine, so try to keep a continue over here. I just kept it over there, but still we are coming to the close this issue. So anyone who can just tell me? Someone is saying that, okay, fine, so break in except. I told you a very simple definition of a finally, and I think the definition is applicable over here, and because of that, so we are not able to come out of this one, and because of that, so we are able to get this statement, close this to close this shoe again and again and again. Yeah, is it possible, guys? So someone is saying that use break in finally, but still it will come inside finally, right? It is coming inside like a finally. Anyone who can suggest me this code? So let's suppose I'm not looking for this message, right? Forget about this message. I don't want my code to come inside a finally block. Is it possible? Is it feasible? Anyone? Take your time. I don't have any issue. Finally will execute no matter what. System exit. No, I don't want to use system exit at all. We can break a while loop. Yeah, we are doing it, right? So we are trying to apply a break over here inside a else statement, and that is fine. So still we are not able to stop it, right? So any possible reason? Yes, we can replace break with continue. Okay, add one more finally block. Why to add one more finally block? Another except block. Okay, put while in try block. While is all okay. No, I don't want to put while in try block. Anyone? So someone is saying that interchange the position first finally, but no, that is going to give you anyhow the issue. Someone has suggested me that finally and then break over here and then, but I don't want my code to come inside finally. I'm just asking you a very simple question, that is it possible to stop finally? Let's suppose I have written break, but still it will come inside finally and then apply the break, right? Although we are not like printing anything, but still it's coming inside the finally, right? I'm just asking you a very simple question, that is it possible to not come inside a finally block at all? Not possible, it's immortal. Not possible to stop, remove finally. Then why wouldn't will I ask you a question if I had to remove like a break in try block? How break in try block is going to help you out, right? Yeah, you have seen that even though I was not using except block in a like a above coding block. So even though I was not using except block, but still it was executing finally. Call the system. No, I don't want to call the system. I can call the system interrupt. I can apply, but still I don't want to apply the interrupt. Remove the break with continue. Yeah. So yes, this is possible if we if we can try to interchange the indentation or those things, but still, right? So still, if you have written a finally block in this indentation in this hierarchy with a try block, so for sure it will be able to handle, or it will be able to print it. It will be able to print this finally block. It will get inside. Whether you are printing something or not, that is a different deal, right? But you will be able to see a finally block. You will be able to you will end up executing finally block, because this is the meaning of finally, right? Otherwise, what is the meaning of using a finally? So finally simply means that I will execute, doesn't matter what. I will get inside my finally block. I will try to execute. Yes, if you have written some wrong code, if you have written like break after finally, then but still it's getting inside the finally block, right? So we are not able to stop it. So break in finally is not going to help you out. Don't write finally block then if you don't want. Simple solution, right? Remove a finally block itself. So this is like os.exit. Someone is suggesting me use try exception block in the exception block. Use return keyword in accept. So return keyword in accept, that is fine. I will be able to write a return keyword, but what is an output? What is the outcome I will be able to get out of this one? Okay, so guys, for sure, if you have used finally, so it will try to execute. This is what I would like to show you, that this is the uses of finally. Second thing is exceptions as E, right? So here what we are trying to do, so we are trying to call a generic exceptions. Now let me tell you one thing. I will try to call a variety of exceptions, right? This is, so let's suppose I'll try to call like a file not found kind of a error, okay, as E. Let's suppose file not find a kind of a error. And second except block in which I can try to write except block, I can try to write io error as E. Now let's try to understand a multiple different kind of errors. Directly print E, no need to do all these things. Okay, so here we have written two except block. One is file not found kind of a error, and another one is a IO error. This is something which I have written. Okay, so here let's suppose if I'm going to execute this one, right? And let's suppose if I'm going to like enter a string in this particular place, right? So if I'm trying to enter a string, so invalid for the int with the base 10. Now why we are getting this issue? Any idea? We can write if else condition. Forget about that particular problem statement, like finally block, which I've asked you. Now try to focus over here. When I'm talking about like multiple except exceptions, except block over here, there are multiple permutation combination that we can do. So let's suppose I'm going to remove this continue and then this one here. So we have written our code in this particular way, right? So here we are trying to write our code in this particular way. Let's suppose if I'm going to write another exception, except Now what has happened? When I have not written this third line of a third exit block, till that time I was keep on getting an issue. I was keep on getting an error. Although I have handled this exception, but still I was receiving a error called as value error. Although I'm trying to handle two different kind of a situation called as file not found, IO error, but still I was getting an issue. It was not able to handle. But when I have added another exit block called as value error, now I'm not receiving that kind of a error at all. Now what could be the possible reason, right? So what could be the possible reason behind doing this or behind this one? So a possible reason over here is, so exception will keep on checking the hierarchy. Exceptions will keep on exploring. Okay, fine. So what is the kind of exceptions which I will be able to get? And by the time it will try to encounter those kind of exceptions, it will be able to throw it a similar kind of exceptions that we are looking for. So here, if you will try to understand this set of a code, I have written file not found. Fine. I have written IO. I have written value error. Now, whatever error that I will be able to produce over here, it belongs to which one? Whether it belongs to a file not found, it belongs to IO, or it belongs to a value. So it's very simple, right? So whatever error I will be able to produce in this particular place, it belongs to a value error, this one. And that is the reason, even though I have written a except, but still it was not able to capture it. It was not able to handle it. So a conclusion over here is that we can try to write as many except block as possible, but unless and until it is not able to find out some handler which can handle that particular kind of a issue, it will keep on giving me an error. So just writing a except block is not going to solve your issue or not going to solve your problem. If you are going to write a except block with a proper error, right, only in that case you will be able to handle it. Otherwise you won't be able to handle it. Now, so there can be a situations where I don't know that what kind of a issue I'm going to get, whether I'm going to get some sort of a divide by zero arithmetic, or maybe some other kind of a issue. Let me produce it. Let me produce that kind of a error as well in this one, right? So I'll just try to keep this code as it is, and I'll try to execute it over here. Same set of a code. So here I will try to give my bad, z, and then input enter integer, and then c is equal to 8 by a. Okay, fine. I've written this one here. Just try to execute, ask for int, and then execute it. Let's suppose if I'm going to give 5 over here, it's fine, executed successfully. There is no issue with that. But let's suppose if I'm going to call it, and let's suppose if I'm going to give 0, still I'm getting an error. I have handled three different kind of error, but still I'm not able to handle this particular error because this kind of error I have not handled so far, so forth. So what I can do, I can try to write except, except, right, and then zero division error as e. I can try to write print e. Now, are we able to handle it? Yes, we are able to handle it. So zero division error. Now, so let's try to do one thing, right? So let's try to do one thing. So I will try to introduce one more except block, and here, so I will try to write arithmetic or maybe some higher order exceptions. Arithmetic error as e. Okay. Now let's try to understand this situation. Here what I have done, so even over here, so I have written a multiple different kind of a error, but this error is not a file not found error, this error is not a IO error, this error is not a value error. This error is actually a division by zero error or exceptions that we are trying to produce. Now here, so we have written zero division error and we have written arithmetic error. Both will be able to handle this kind of a situation, both, right? But you will be able to find out that here it is trying to stop itself. So it is looking for a handler. Let's suppose I'm receiving an error, but it is looking for a handler. So wherever I will be able to handle it, it will try to stop itself. So here in this case or in this situations, what it will try to do, so it will try to stop itself once it will be able to get a handler. So here arithmetic error is having a higher order as compared to a zero division error, and here this is the arithmetic error division by zero. So here it is able to handle it. I'm just trying to print this one, right? So it is not even trying to get inside this one, it's just looking for one handler, one simple handler. So if it is able to handle it again, so it will not look for the any other handler. So this is again, you can try to, this is how you can try to maintain a hierarchy of the exceptions or hierarchy of the error at any point of a time, right? So here you can see that I'm able to write as many exceptions as possible. I can try to write, now I'll try to write one more thing, except, and then exceptions as E. Now what will happen? Any guess? Anyone? Now it is not even coming to this one. It's coming to this particular one. What is the reason behind this? So it will start checking. So once there will be an error, so once it will be able to produce the error part, so what it will do, it will try to check with this one. So it will ask whether you will be able to handle. It will say no. Whether you will be able to handle, no. You will be able to handle, no. You will be able to handle. So this is basically a parent of all the exceptions that you will be able to see. So it will say yes, I will be able to handle. So if it will be able to get a parent in a very first place, which will be able to handle each and everything, so it will just try to give you exceptions out of this one. It will not even get inside anything else. And this is coming from the parent class. This is what it is trying to print, means it is getting inside this one. It is not even checking with this. It is not even going to check with this one at all. So my exceptions always looks for a handler, and whatever best possible handler or parent class handler it will be able to get in a first place, it will try to handle that particular error or that particular issue with the help of that one. Again, you can try to do a permutation combination. You can try to keep this one in a first and you can try to keep exceptions in a last, right? Same logic will be applicable. It will always look for the handler. Invalid syntaxes. Okay, still executing. Okay, now what has happened? So it will come in to which place? So it is coming to this particular place and is trying to handle this error with the help of this one, as simple as that. Yeah, so now it will not come to the exception block. So in this way you will be able to maintain the hierarchy. You will be able to write any number of except blocks. There is no issue with respect to this one, and yes, we are good, right? So what we are supposed to do, so it's not like we are supposed to mention all the handlers in a sequence whenever we try to write a code. So we know that what kind of an input I am expecting. So whether I'm expecting input from a file, so I will try to keep maybe all the file handler. Whether I'm expecting input from a user, so maybe I can try to keep that kind of a handler. Whether I'm expecting some kind of a issue with the values, so I will try to keep that kind of a handler over here. And this is a kind of a rule that we used to follow. If we are not aware about anything, if I don't know that what kind of a issue I will be able to get, we simply do one thing, this one, exceptions as E, and then call it, right? So in this way, you will end up calling a parent class itself, and yes, you will be able to capture that particular issue or that particular event in the easiest possible way. So this is how you are supposed to write a code, guys, right? It's very simple. It's not difficult at all. It's just like a complete logical things that we used to write. Yes. So there are like a huge list of the exceptions that you will be able to get in any programming languages. Hundreds of exceptions list you will be able to get. Again, if I'll get into a memory error, so inside a memory error there are many errors that I will be able to find out. If I'll try to get into a file error, so again streaming error, so again I will be able to see a list of the errors. So whenever anyone try to create any kind of this kind of exception handling classes or any kind of a new classes, so for sure they make sure that they create this exception handler as well, so that if there is exceptions they will be able to handle it. So what is the best practices? Best practices is to put all the exceptions in a hierarchy, in a sequences, or if you are not aware about anything, keep exception, except exception, simple, like write except exception as E and then try to capture it. This is the best possible way, although we don't do it. So it's always advisable in a production grade code to write a specific exception at any point of a time, but still it depends, right? So still it depends. So is it okay to use exception all the time or makes problem? No, it's always necessary, right? And it's always mandatory to use exceptions whenever you are writing a production grade code. Otherwise, you have seen that a complete plane has crashed and people died just because of exception handling, right? So this is the story I generally like try to say to everyone, so that you will be able to remember all of those things. So fine, coming to the next one. Yeah. So coming to the next one over here. So there is something called as a exception handling by creating your own custom exception. So I've given you the example, right? So let's suppose if there is 5 by 0, right? I know there will be an error, there will be an issue. But let's suppose if I have written 5 by 6, there won't be an issue. But no, I want to raise this kind of so I want to like raise the exceptions if there is a 6, only 6. So I want to generate my own exceptions, right? So how I will be able to generate my own exceptions? So Vivek is saying that there is a cost to exception handling. I have received this kind of a question in my previous classes as well, Vivek. So let me tell you one thing, right? Here, right, there is no cost to exceptions. Just try to think in this way. If there is no issue, let's suppose I have written a neat and clean code, even in production, so there is no issue, which I will be able to receive, right? So in this case, it will not execute either of this. Can I say that? So it's not it will not be able to get into this one. So can I say that I'm not trying to increase time complexity or even a space complexity in this way? But if there is an issue by mistake, if there is an issue which you have not handled, but still you will be able to get that issue, can I say that to be in a safe side, I'm supposed to do it? So it is not going to increase a cost of your coding at all, neither in terms of a time complexity or in terms of a space complexity. Think in this way. So I think like this argument is sufficient for your answer. Yeah. Now, so like someone is suggesting me that I can try to do a similar kind of a things, right, by writing if else kind of a situation, right? So yes, even this kind of a argument I have received in a past. I'll tell you one thing. Let's suppose you are trying to handle this kind of a situation just by writing if else kind of a statement, right? But will you be able to think about every kind of if statement or every kind of a conditions while writing a code, while productionizing a code? It's not possible at all, right? In any circumstances that you will be able to think, because you don't even know. Because see, in a production, things works on top of the data in every system. But I'm not talking about the AI system, I'm not talking about data science system, I'm not talking about big data system. Any system works on a data. Some input is getting inside the system and then it will try to process it, and then it will try to send it maybe to other system for a processing, or it will try to log it or try to dump it somewhere. Yes. So everywhere we are trying to process a data, and I don't know tomorrow what kind of data I'm going to receive, what kind of instances I will be able to receive, and maybe at the time of writing a code I will not be able to think about that kind of circumstances, right? Just to be on a safer side, we try to implement try except We don't implement, or you can't compare these things with try block or with if and else statement. Now, if and else statement do increase a complexity of your code or cost of your code, because if will try to check for sure that okay fine, so this satisfied, this satisfied, this satisfied. So let's suppose I have written hundreds of if condition, or maybe 2000, 10,000 of if condition. It will try to check all the condition 10,000 every time in every execution, but in case of try, not even check, right? It will not even try to execute your accept statement unless and until there is no issue. So yeah, easier to ask for a forgiveness than a permission, which is mentioned inside the Python. So someone has quoted that. So Bhavya, so she's like a quoting. So there is a concept. I'll tell you one thing. There is a story behind this one. So there is something called as a LBYL, and there is something called as like a EAFP. Again, this is no one is going to ask you a question, just to tell you the story, right? So here LBYL means look before you leap. So here meaning of this one is look before you leap. And again, you will be able to find out these things in many standard books. And meaning of this one EAFP is easier to ask for forgiveness than permission. So Bhavya was talking about this one, EAFP, easier to ask for a forgiveness than for a permission, right? So look before you leap. So in this case, you can try to implement what? You can try to implement if else kind of a statement. Look before you leap means before leaping. So you can try to maybe like look at maybe like write a if else condition. And this is simply means that easier to ask for a forgiveness than a permission. So it's always good to like say sorry even if you have not done a mistake, right? It's good, right? It's a very good human nature. But it's like bad to put a condition that okay fine, I have made a mistake because of this, right? And give like excuses on top of that. I think we all are supposed to implement it, right? We are all are supposed to get into this one. Easier to ask for forgiveness than a permission. I think we all are supposed to learn all of those things in this way. Whatever we are learning, whatever coding that we are trying to learn, not in this mode, right? So like we are not supposed to make excuses. We are supposed to do it from our side, and then we are supposed to like we are not supposed to like look for the excuse. Simple, like we are supposed to like handle these things from our side in the first place, and then leave these things up to others. So this is what we are like so this is based on this particular concept, you will be able to find out exception handling concept has been developed and defined. You look weak if you apologize for anything. So no, it's not like that. I think you will learn these things with life. Okay, now moving to the next part. So there is something called as a raise exceptions, as I was talking about, right? So you will be able to create your own exceptions if you want. So let's suppose I'm going to write one small code, right? Create your exceptions, right? So here, what you can write, right? So you can try to write in this way. So if, right? So I can write a condition that if a is equal to, right? If a is equal to 6, then in that case, what I'm supposed to do? So raise what are exceptions and write a. So let's suppose this is a very small function I have created. Here I have just used one new word called as raise. Apart from that, everything is fine, right? I've just created a function. I have just written one condition. If a is equal to 6, raise exceptions is equal to a, right? Okay. So if a is equal to 6, raise exception is equal to a. And let's suppose if I'm going to pass a over here. If I'm going to pass a over here. Now, let's try to call this function and let's see how it is going to behave. So let's suppose if I'm calling this function and if I'm going to pass 6, are we able to get exceptions? Yes. Yeah. So Naveen, for you there is a comment, so he must be a fan of Trump. Okay, it's like fun to discuss all those things in our classes, because when I used to take a live classes, right, maybe a physical classes, so we used to have a lots of fun, and learning experience will be different over there. But because of Corona, so we have stopped just expressions. So no, it's fine. I'm not. I'm just discussing. Yeah, just on a lighter note. So here he will be able to find out that I'm trying to pass value of a is equal to 6. Let's suppose I'm passing a value is equal to 7. Yeah, there is no issue at all. Yes, but if there is if there is a 6, so I have just used a keyword called as raise a exception, right? Okay, so what I will do is that I will try to maybe call this particular function, and here, so I can try to call this particular function, and I can try to hold these things inside a variable called as a. And then if I'm trying to call this value, so this one is something that is like a fine, and we can try to let me return something out of this one. Return what? Return a. Okay, so are we able to get a over here? So I have written a very simple function, and I said that okay, fine. So if I'm going to encounter like a 6, right, do one thing, raise exceptions here. So I'm trying to return a. So yes, it will be able to return a, means whatever value I'm going to into like an input over here. So it will try to return all of those things, right? uh, like uh, Else I can try to write over here. Let me do it. Else, right? Else try to do one thing. So else try to return c, else try to return a is equal to 8 by, right? So a is equal to 8 by, or I can try to return a itself over here. So if 6, then raise exceptions. Else try to raise exceptions. Else give me a, or like what I can write, print, or input is okay, I can write input is okay, right? Okay, so now let's try to understand this part. So here, when I'm trying to get a is equal to something else, so it is coming inside the else block, and here, so I'm able to print plus I'm able to get a value of a as a return. As a return, I'm able to get a value of a. Let's suppose if there is a 6 over here, right? Automatically it is going inside this one, and we have written a condition that erase these exceptions. Now let's suppose if I have to handle it, right? If I have to handle the situations, so whenever we are calling this particular function, so it is not supposed to uh, like uh, give me this issue even though there is a 6. What I can write, so I can try to write a very simple block, try block over here. So here we are trying to write our own condition, and based on that, so it is trying to handle this exceptions. Yes, so here I can try to write, and then we can try to write except over here, right? And we can try to accept exceptions, capital E, exceptions, as E, print what? So print E. So are we able to get exceptions, or are we able to get that particular message even though there is, or let's suppose here, so I can try to write maybe some kind of a statement that error is, are we able to get our own custom messages? Are we able to get our own custom values, or whatever messages that I would like to print based on my condition? Yes, so I can write in this way. Maybe I can try to write something else. So here, maybe I can try to say that okay, whatever value that you are going to give it to me, right? Whatever value you are going to give it to me which is greater than 6, so for that, try to raise the exceptions. Here, create your own exceptions, and then 10. Okay, inside try, I'm supposed to call error is 10, or maybe I can say that value is greater than 6 and that is equal to 10. So here in this way, I'm able to create what? I'm able to create my own condition. Based on that, it is supposed to raise a exception. So in the similar way, someone has written this exceptions called as division by zero, right? Someone has created that. So in the similar way, you will like similar way you were able to recall, or you were able to like call a division by error internally with the help of code whenever there will be an error, whenever there will be an issue. So we are able to do exact similar kind of things even in this particular situation, and we are able to create our own condition. We are able to create our own exceptions as well. So anyone who is having doubt in this one? We are creating our own customized exception and we are the one handling it. Yeah, so that's a fun, right? So that's the reason. So this is how, this is just a keyword, one keyword you can try to like call as raise exceptions, and with the help of that, so you will be able to create your own exceptions and you will be able to handle it parallelly. Simple. There is another way as well to create a user defined exceptions, but I will not be able to teach you that particular part because that is something which belongs to our classes and objects. So when I will be talking about classes and objects, just remind me that you told us that you will teach us like a creating exceptions with the help of classes and objects. I'll teach you. As of now, we don't have any idea about classes and objects, so we won't be able to discuss. But yeah, just remind me. Maybe I'll not be able to recall when I will take your classes. So if you can remind me by that time, so I think I can discuss. Yes. So there is other way as well by which I can try to create my own custom exceptions. Why the result is in list? First of all, result is not in list. It's in a tuple. Okay, can you please explain the race part again? See, just try to understand in this way. I'll just remove all the code. Uh, so here, just try to understand this one. Okay. So here I have written a condition that if a is equal to 6, right? Raise exceptions and print this message along with this one, this value, whatever value of a that I'm going to give. So what it will do? So it will just raise it. So on any values, if I have to create some sort of exceptions, yes, it will be able to create it. So let's suppose I will write one things over here. So let's suppose if you are designing some sort of a lock and you have written that if it is Sudhanshu, right, then just try to raise the exception. So if a is equal to Sudhanshu, raise the exceptions directly. So here, now there is a error, right? So if a is equal to answer, so raise a exception, so means raise a error, raise a alarm, something like that, right? You can try to create. That's simple. Okay, so there is another thing called as a assertion. So there is something called as exceptions, there is something called as assertion. So I think I will be talking about assertion in our next classes, but before that, so I would like to give you one question and then I will start taking a live doubt. So just try to solve this one, guys, as soon as possible, right? I'll give you 10 to 15 minutes of time for this one. So here, what we have to do is, you have to you have to do what? So you have to create one particular folder, right? Let's suppose you are going to create a folder called as test over here, as usual, and inside that, so you are supposed to create a module, so mo1. Inside that, so module means module dot py file, you are supposed to create mo1 dot py file. Inside that, so you are supposed to write a logic to print all the even number, right? And then just you have to do one thing. So inside this module, and then inside the same folder, you can try to create maybe a ip only file, ipynb file, and from this file you are supposed to call module1.py and print all the even values. So let's suppose you have created even num function, right, in between certain range. So let's suppose if I'm going to give 100 as a range, so it is supposed to like a print like a even number starting from 0 till 100. This is what it is supposed to do, right? Okay. Now, so you are supposed to call this module from this Jupyter notebook. That is completely fine. So you're not supposed to write this logic inside the Jupyter notebook. You're supposed to write this logic inside the module, and then from module you are supposed to call it. Now here, so while calling this particular module, right, so while calling this particular module, you are supposed to take this input from a user, from user. And I will try to enter any kind of a data. I will try to enter maybe a special case character, maybe I'll try to enter maybe a string, maybe I'll try to enter integer, I'll try to enter anything, right? So you have to write a code so that whenever you are going to call this particular module, this even number function from a module1.py file, you are supposed to handle it, right? So from user, so take an input from a user and try to handle le, try to handle all the edge cases. Yeah. So this is something that you are supposed to do it quick. How many of you are not able to understand the question? See, my requirement is very simple, right? So here we are supposed to create one module, and then inside a module, so I'm supposed to write a logic to filter out all the even number. And yes, so let's suppose if I'm giving a range of 100, or maybe a beyond 100, if I'm going to give a range, it is supposed to handle it by itself. Okay, Akshat. So great. He has already worked hard for you. He's really working very, very hard for you, all of you. And he has already documented all the questions. So let me ping you this question, guys, in your chat. Do we have to make a generic code in a file first? Yes, we do have to make a generic code in a file first. That is true and correct. So fine, guys, let me ping you all the steps where you are pasting. I'm not able to see in a chat. I have not pasted yet. Just wait. Yeah, so now it's available inside your chat, so you can just check your steps, guys, right? So like create a folder name called as test. Inside test, create a module called as mo1.py file. Inside mo1, write a logic to print all the even number. Inside a test, create ipynb file called mo1 from Jupyter notebook. While calling the module, take the input from the user can input in type of data, a string, a special case character, etc. Try to handle all the edge cases. So in this way, we will be able to summarize each and everything that we have studied today. Plus one more requirement I would like to give you. One more requirement I would like to add over here. What is that requirement? So whatever error that you are receiving, right? Whatever error that you are receiving, so try to log it quick. Whatever error that you are going to get, right? So try to log that error. Last time in last classes, I think we talked about logging, and we are not supposed to forget those concepts that we have already studied. So yes, I'm looking for a logging. So Akshat, try to mention step number 7 as well. So try to log all the errors. So if I'm going to get it. So is it clear now, guys? Logging is not working in my Jupyter notebook. Start a kernel. Even it was not working in my Jupyter notebook. That is fine. Ideal case is a range, right? Yeah, ideal case means I'll just try to put maybe like 100, 200, so it is supposed to give me even number. Try to all the errors. Yes, Akshay has added all those things. So fine, quick guys, quick. You have like a 10 minute of time, 15 minute, let's suppose, for this one. Yeah, so again I have pinged you in your chat box. So Akshat has already like taken a note of each and everything. So this is a message from Akshat to all of you. Today is my first class. No issue, Santosh. It's completely fine. So for sure, you will not be able to understand many things in this class if it is a first class for you, right? So we'll have a discussion. We'll talk about it. Yeah. And yes, so one humble request to all of you is if this is your first class or maybe a second class, third class, so please try to go through all the recordings in your like a spare time in between a weekdays. And we have not taken many classes so far, so I think you all will be able to cope up with each and everything that we have discussed. Yeah, Santosh, thank you. Guys, output quick. Okay, Sriyas has written while true import and input mode print. This one is exception, log exceptions. Yes, Sriyas, your code is fine. They print for eyes range, this. Yeah. Guys, I'm started getting outcome. So after six following class is difficult. So uh, after six, okay, after six means you're talking about time, right? I was thinking of like thinking that you're talking about 6 points. Okay, yeah, it's a bit difficult. That's the reason. So we are not talking about some of the heavy topics, right? It's just a lighter note. So we are discussing something. Okay, guys. So this is a code from Shreyas. So I have just pasted this code inside your Jupyter notebook. I think all of you are able to see it, right? So you can check this code. It's a very neat and clean code. Yeah, it's written. So again, there is another set of a code from Nivirti. I'm able to see. Ankur, no, your code. Yeah, now you have pinged me a complete code. This is from Nivirti, and then Ankur. This is my first class. I have not received any mail or reminder from you. No, I think we have sent a mail. So if you have received a dashboard access today itself, so for sure you will not be able to see, because generally what happens is we used to send this mail notification in a night, approximately like closer to 2 a.m. or maybe 3 a.m. Right? So if you have not received a dashboard till that point, so again, even if you have not received a mail, no need to worry about it. In your like a dashboard, you will be able to find out Zoom class link, right? So we used to update that particular tab as well on a regular basis, so on a daily basis. When we send when we'll send you a notification, so even that particular part will be updated. So just feel free to go through that one. While you teach, I'm able to understand, but while you give a test, I'm not able to put up the logic. At least you are able to understand, right? That's a positive sign. Going forward, you will be able to do it. That is fine. Yes. In the beginning, this things happens like with everyone. Same with me. I can understand, but not able to perform tasks. Not an issue. Try this. Just try. Maybe you're not able to complete the task. Maybe you will be able to complete a task just by 5%, 10%, right? It's completely fine. If you're able to understand, at least, right? If you're able to understand, if you're from non-coding background, if you have not done a coding in a past, and still if you're able to understand, this itself is a huge thing, right? And I can assure you that if you'll practice a little bit more, so just within 1 or 2 months, so you will be in a comfortable zone. So they let ping me a code. So, so I think guys just look into this two set of a code which is there in my screen, right? So this is a correct code. It looks like it's a correct code once I'll execute. So yeah, there can be a minor issue, but code wise it looks correct. If I look into this one, so yes, this one is fine. This one looks fine for me. And again, this one looks fine for me, which will go inside the module file, a package file that you are going to create. Log this even, yeah, so fine. So guys, just one question. So are you able to correlate it still like each and everything that where we are supposed to use what? Like we talked about logging, we talked about operating system, we talked about, I can say like operating system module, right? We talked about exception handling. We talked about, I can say like basic of Python strings and all those things. So now are you able to correlate each and everything? Yes or no, or like it's completely like you're blank, you're not able to understand not even a single piece of things that we have discussed. Yeah, task wise it's fine. See, sooner or later you will be able to perform it in a class. What happens is I just give you 10 minutes of time, right? Just to pressurize you, so that you will like feel some sort of a pressure. At least you will write a couple of line of a code in that pressure. After the class you have a time, sufficient amount of time, you have a question, right? You can try to attempt it again. Apart from that, so we have given you assignments where you can try to solve it. Because why I'm talking about this is because when you will get into an internship, right, or whenever you will go for an interview, so if someone will ask you to write a code, they will not ask you to write very complex code, right? At least not like a complex than this one you will be able to get. And again, this is what whatever we are discussing, it's very basic one, right? So you will be able to get a basic code itself. So at least you will be able to write it. You will be able to perform. Able to correlate. Your teaching skills is great. Thank you. Okay, so now I think I have received a multiple version of a code. That's great. Honestly, I'm blank because just my second class and not getting anything. Yeah, second class, so for sure you will not be able to get anything. And that is like acceptable. So you'll have to like spend at least like a 3 to 4 hour more so that you will be able to go through the previous things. Concept able to grasp, but first rather I'm not able to do it time. Especially last weekend task I could complete yet. Okay, you're teaching a simple. Okay, and data is about to die. All is well. Yes, able to understand, but I'm unable to do your task completely, but can do it partially. Says 60-70%. Yeah, that is fine. That is fine. This is the reason. So I'm giving this task so that at least after the class, see, when you will attempt maybe 60-70%, right? After the class, if you will sit for another 15-20 minutes, not more than that, 15-20, just 15-20 minutes, right? And when you will be able to see a hint from a class, so I think you all will be able to like do it. Yes. So see, you have a hint over here. We all understand a basic concept, right? So if we understand a basic concept and if we have a hint, we'll be able to do it. And this is how we progress. And one more thing, like when I write a code, right? So I used to do a copy and paste a lot from many, even for the very simple thing, right? I'll tell you one thing, right? So whenever I write a code, let's suppose if you will ask me to like create a project, so what I will do, so even I have to do a code parsing or maybe some simple file parsing, and one line of a code I have to write. I'll even a condition, right? I'll simply do a Google search in a first, and I'll be able to get it line by line, line by line. I'll just arrange it, tune the code, and then check a code, and then finally I used to push. This is how I write a code. Even though if I'll sit for like another couple of minutes, I will be able to write it down by myself, but I don't do it because now it's like and even you are going to do the same thing. It's not like you will keep on writing all the line of a code by yourself. You will remember each and everything, and then you will write a code. No, see, language wise, right? Just like English or Hindi we used to learn, right? And from the circumstances, from an environment, in the similar way we have to learn Python from a circumstances. And we are not supposed to, and again, if you will ask me all the vocabulary that I know, so I don't think that any one of you or me remembers a complete vocabulary, even the vocabulary that we know, right? We won't be able to recall it, right? But as and when it is required, we are using it flawlessly. So this is what happens with the coding. Same, it's the same thing. Can you please take us through a step by step? I can take you through a step by step. That is not an issue. I'll take you through a step by step, maybe by tomorrow, for this particular problem statement. Today, it's your time to give me a code. Many people, I can see many people have already pinged me. Umang has already pinged me. Sujan has pinged me. Umang, what is your code? Even number, that is fine. Inside that itself, you're trying to handle, try and accept. During the handling a workstation, another exception occurs. Yeah, to handle it. Praveen, your code is fine. Devanjan, your code is file not found exception. It's fine. Abdul, your code is while true. This is okay. Looks fine. Yeah. So I do copy paste in. Should I do a copy paste of my code in the chat box? Yeah, you can ping me. I can see everyone's chat. Bijoy, login, try, print, accept. Okay, fine. Vinod has pinged me. Devanjan, yeah, your code is good. So Devanjan is fine with, yeah, it's fine. Can you give any suggestions, Charles, on what I should give you suggestion? Mm. And again, so in a class, so we are spending 4 hours, but we are not utilizing 4 hour 100%. Yeah, I will start utilizing 100%. I'll do it. I'll utilize it. So in that way, like our course will be able to pick up a speed. But initially, I don't try to take as like pick up a speed. So I'll just go in this flow for a couple of weeks. So unless and until I'm not feeling that you are all are able to do it. Where can I submit the challenge solution? Send it to me or a mail. Can I share my screen? I want to show a file search challenge code. Let's discuss it tomorrow, Surendra. Yeah, we'll be having a time. So by 6 o'clock, I'll finish my class and then I'll start from 6 itself. The first class, so I have to see the logging portion. Yeah, you have to see the things like because we have discussed these things in our previous classes. We are utilizing only 60%. Exactly, yeah, 50-60%, not more than that. I recently I on K12 challenge game development series. So can we do internship in any field related to a data science in gaming? Not now. So we have not released that module in an internship. So maybe in future, but not now. That is not available as of now. We are just trying to build some new unit. Not able to finish the task in class, but once practice the recorded video is able to finish the task. Is it okay? That is completely fine. This is called as progress, right? So you are able to make a progress, and this is what I'm expecting. I'm little bit tense that you're saying that just a basic, I can't do the work you're giving, then how can I do problem and going to learn in the future? So in a future, in a class itself, I'm trying to pressurize you so much. I'm trying to like discuss so much that you will not be able to get more like any kind of a work more than this. So don't worry, you will be able to do it. Okay, so I think, guys, I can see a quote from many of you, right? So those who would like to drop off, they can drop off. Today, I will not be talking about anything else, and I will be talking about this solution, right? In tomorrow's class, maybe after 6 o'clock, right? Why Jupyter is so bad? That's the reason I keep on telling you, right? So we don't have to use Jupyter. Many people use Jupyter. Now you can revise. You should not use Jupyter. Okay, so I think those who would like to drop off, so they can drop off. Those who have completed this task, tomorrow keep this task ready. Right, I'm just giving you time for both parties, like those who have completed, those who have not completed, so that we will be able to take our solutions from couple of you. Those who are not able to do it today, from them I will take a solution and then I'll discuss. Right. So yes, we have many talented people who can write these things within 2 to 3 minutes, but we have to get into a same label, right? Please look into the mind solution. Yeah, Akshat, I can look into that. It's fine. Okay, so I try. I got some error. I'll try after the class. Yeah, please try. Please try after the classes. Please try to practice. Right. Please try. See, it's line by line. Just always try to write line by line code. Line by line. Try to understand it. You will be able to build the logic. Is it okay? Yeah, it's okay. Do you have any idea where I can use neural network in physics? Everywhere. I have to go. I have to work. So sorry. Yeah, yeah. Please, you can drop off. So guys, those who is who is done with the code, so they can drop off. And those who is having some sort of a issue, or maybe they have to discuss something with me. So I think there is some issue with the Zoom as well today. I don't know. It's getting stuck in between. So maybe we can talk. So yeah, Sivani has raised a hand. Sivans has raised their hand. Vishal, and then Subham, and then yeah, go
Hi,
ahead.
Sudhanshu.
Yeah,
Hello.
go ahead.
I've actually last week you gave one challenging task. So on Wednesday class I wasn't able to complete. So I want to share my screen.
Yeah, fine. We'll discuss tasks tomorrow. So apart from this task, so we'll discuss about all those tasks. So I'm just giving time to everyone, right? Again, today, many of you have pinged me that you were not able to complete the task. Now you have done that. So I think we'll discuss tomorrow.
Okay, sir.
Hello.
Hi, Sudhanshu.
Hi,
Yeah, go
sir.
ahead, please.
I am facing some logging issues, Sudhanshu, while doing this task, whatever the task which you gave currently.
Mm-hmm.
I pinged it the error message.
So,
I'm not sure how to debug this error message, like which line it is getting me the error. I will ping you in the chat, like
Okay.
once again.
Okay.
So if I know the line number, at least I can debug from there.
Okay. So yeah, ping me.
I pinged you, Sudhanshu, in the chat.
Okay. Okay. So it's a user record message, record this no argument converted into string format. Please type program Python line number run module.
I'm able to get the result, but it is not logging. That's it.
Okay.
And I can ping you the code as well.
Okay. So have you defined login type?
Yeah, yeah. As an info, level as an info.
Yeah, I can see code wise it's correct. As time is fine, label is fine, message is fine. Then input you are trying to give, enter the start number, this is this, then okay, fine, exceptions, log error, log, and then string, and then convert this one. Yeah, code wise, your code looks fine to me. Log info, so even number, and then converting these things to string and then logging it. Yeah, so you are able to get the values into your file, right? Log file.
No, Sudhanshu, I'm not able to print that log file. That is the issue.
Hmm. You're not able to. Have you checked with the system restart or something? Hopefully you have checked it.
Okay, I will check and let you know, Sudhanshu, if
Yeah,
there is any issue.
because code wise, I don't see any kind of issue. But unless and until I've not executed, I think I will not be able to tell you the exact problem.
Okay, Sudhanshu. I will check with my machine and I will let you know.
Yeah, sure, sure. Yeah.
Hello. Hi,
Yes,
sir.
yeah, go ahead.
Sir, I'm just sending you one code. No, please have a look. Then I will
We'll
pass.
look into the code tomorrow.
Sir,
Today's
it's a very short code, sir. It's a very short code.
which code you have pinged me? Ping me
Sir,
again.
okay. Sir, in this code, that eggs and bacon both have means different, but sir, still, why I'm not getting the exception, sir? If I'm using the if statement,
You are not getting
the exception, sir.
I think it has gone, so I'll have to check
Sir,
again.
wait once again. I'm sending you once again, sir.
Send me. If print, if this is this print send. If this one, the registration is this one.
I know I am. There is a mistake, sir, but where I don't know.
If egg is equal to bacon,
Bacon.
same, except otherwise raise the exceptions, right? No, so here you have written if statement, right? So if statement, so again if statement is a conditional statement, so you are not creating any kind of exceptions over here, so why it should give you exception? Why you are even expecting exceptions in this one? It's just a condition that it will check, and then it will like a null means it will try to give you false, and after false, so in line number your if statement itself it will give you false, and after false, false is a valid statement, right? For false, why it should get into the exception one?
Okay. I got it now. Okay, means if I'm using this if
There is no
statement,
meaning
then
of, yeah, there is no meaning of like doing it, right? So it will give you false, and on false, so there is no meaning of raising exceptions.
okay. Now I got it. Thank you, sir. Okay.
Yeah.
Hi,
Okay.
Shitanshu. This is Shivani here.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, please go
Good
ahead.
evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Shitanshu, can you please help me how I can share my screen? Though the detailed code we will discuss tomorrow once I'm ready with the detailed code. Just few
Mhm.
things I wanted to discuss in a short span of time. I just wanted to share my screen with you. Can I do that?
Yeah, sure.
Uh,
Okay, so in between we can take a couple of questions.
Hi,
Yeah,
Sudhanshu, you know there.
yeah, we know. Go ahead.
Sudhanshu, I have a question. So we are able to import a py file only once, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if we want to import again, we have to do a reload. Now, we are able to do the reload when the py file is in the same folder. But if it is in an internal folder, how can we reload the file? I was trying to do that, but it was not allowing me. So I had to rename the py file and import again.
Okay, reloading a py file again and again, which is available into a different folder. This is what you're trying to say, right?
Yes, right.
One way is hard way is like we can try to give a complete parameter, means we can try to parameterize the path, and then we can reach out to that particular path. That is
Okay.
like a hard way. Uh,
Uh-huh.
so we can reach out to any of the systems path possible. And another way is if we can try to access that particular things as a package, as a module. So then we can try to reload it.
Okay.
So you're just creating a folder inside the folders, right? So I think we
Yeah.
can try to like access all of those things just in terms of packages. So package A inside B inside C in this way.
Okay. I'll try to do that.
Yeah, sure.
yeah,
And
Shitanshu, can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see your screen.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. The first thing what I did is I have imported the OS. I try to get its path, where is the current directory. Then I created a folder called test1.
Okay.
You can see, and I have changed the current directory to my assigned directory, that is test1
Mm,
inside the previous directory.
okay.
Okay, and then in that test1 directory, can you see this file mod?
No, ma'am, I can't see that. So
Okay, maybe I can show you. So inside that file mod, can you see that?
Yeah, I can see
In
that.
test1 folder,
Hmm.
okay, that is now my current working directory.
Okay.
Inside that I created this mod.
Hmm.
Okay,
I
of
think
course
you
I
have
have
got
to,
it saved. So can you please save it and then try to call it?
yeah, okay. And this code I have to refine, of course, because you have asked for a user defined input, right? So
Yes.
in this case, I was trying to pass any number of arguments,
No,
but it
ma'am, but I'm looking for just one argument, right? So argument by just one argument, any user defined input doesn't mean that number of argument I have asked. I said that
no, I
I
do,
can.
yeah, Sudhanshu, I do understand that. I have to redefine this code according to your question. I
Yeah.
was trying to just frame it
Mm-hmm.
so that finally the code I will be discussing tomorrow.
Okay.
And like you said, after saving that file, I should call it like I'm importing that file.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
that's correct, right? After this,
No, ma'am, I'm not able to see your other screen. Can you please
oh,
share the complete screen
yeah,
because
yeah,
I
sure.
think you have shared the single screen.
So I can share multiple screen as well, right?
You can share a complete system itself. Just go for the first option. In this way, whatever you will do in your system, it will be visible.
Okay, it's basic, advanced is
No, the
uh,
first one. No. The first one. That's the first option.
the screen, right?
Yeah, screen
Yeah.
option. Yeah. Yeah, now we can see a complete screen. Yeah.
Okay. Now, after saving it as mod, I am importing it
Mm-hmm.
with this statement import mod,
Mm-hmm.
and
Okay.
I'm trying to execute this one. I'm
Mm.
getting a module not found error.
Is
No
it
module
a
name.
same location in which you have stored your model? Can you please show
No,
me?
no. See, this is my current working
That,
directory.
yeah, that is fine.
Okay,
Yeah.
you could see that. That is test one.
Mm-hmm.
And if you could see that, right? I mean, this is the same local C users Shivani test one.
Mm. It's a text document, ma'am. That's the reason.
Okay.
It's a
So
text document, as you can see.
so how do we save it as a .py file?
Right click, change the property, or just try to like. Mm, yeah. So no. So go to the file and you will be able to change a property, right? So
So here type of file is .txt, right?
yeah, .txt. So maybe you can try to change the type of file. Like if this is like again you have to save it back from Jupyter Notebook. So whenever you create a .txt file, so automatically it will be able to save it, right? So file
Okay.
name you can give it from here. So program and then no, not from here, not from here. Just close this one. So yeah, py is a exception, and just try to open it up and then save as just click on save as. Yeah, simple, save as, and then yeah, no, all files, all files. Okay, save. Yeah, yes,
So again, it is asking.
yeah, yes.
Okay.
Now go and check.
I see it is like that.
Check your file first of all, like whether it has converted your file into
I don't
uh,
think so. It has converted because
it's
what I
okay.
have done is, Sudhanshu, I have manually created this file.
Mm-hmm.
So is it correct way of creating manually this file and saving it as a .pa file?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's not saving it as a py file, right? So
Yes, yes,
basically it's saving these things as a file format still is a txt format.
yes.
Otherwise, you will be able to
Hello.
see change in a symbol. So just open up, save it.
Sudhanshu, able to hear me, Sudhanshu?
Yeah, I can hear everyone. So
Sudhanshu, I'm trying to ask some questions before doing class. Are you getting my messages? Are you trying to address to everyone, or what is the this one?
sorry.
No, are you trying to reply back to everyone when I ask the questions? Because when I ask the questions, I'm not getting any replies. So I just suspect that you are not getting
No,
my messages.
no, I'm getting everyone's messages. So yes, I always reply to everyone.
Okay, okay. Because anyway, you clarified in the subsequent what is that
Yeah,
class.
exactly. That's the reason. So there is no meaning of like taking all the questions. So just to clarify,
Sir,
Sir, hello.
yeah,
hello, sir. Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
yeah, go
Sir,
ahead.
okay, you can mute me. Thank you. Sir, I'm Rashekar, sir.
Yeah, go ahead with your like a question.
Sir, this is my first class, sir. I
Mhm.
don't know what should I do. I don't have presently laptop, sir.
So
So,
nothing you have to do. You can go through our recordings, which is available inside your dashboard.
okay,
And
sir.
yeah, so just try to complete all the things which is already available inside
Sir,
dashboard.
without laptop, how should I do these things
Without
now, sir?
laptop, it will be difficult. Without laptop, you can't do it. Simple.
Yeah, sir. Yeah, within 1 month I will buy, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, or else within 1 week.
Yeah, sure.
Sir, what is about that Jupyter, sir? Is this website or else app, sir?
You can
You
go through a
told.
recording. You can go through a recording, and I think it will be clarified there. Right? We have discussed this things in our very first class itself.
Sir, today I didn't understood any topic, sir. I
Yeah,
just understood that try and else topic is there, na, sir?
yeah.
Yeah,
So that is fine.
yeah, yeah. That's the topic I understood only, sir.
Okay, that's fine. Not
Sir,
an issue.
how should I improve this, sir? Yeah, I don't know even how to save that .py save. I didn't know, sir.
Go through a recording. There is the only solution. Go through a recording. Yeah.
All the from previous first class to all the recording,
Yeah.
sir.
From first class to all the recordings. Yes. Yeah.
Sir, yeah, sir. Sir, I should also submit that all assignments, sir, or else not.
Yes. Yeah. So there is no exemptions for you. You have to submit.
Okay.
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 So sir, I didn't listen the classes, no, sir. I should have to submit, no?
Yeah.
Okay, sir. Sir,
Okay.
while teaching, you are teaching. If we don't have to mute option, sir. There is no mute option.
Yeah,
How?
because if I'll allow you to unmute yourself, right, then you will keep on speaking, right? That's the reason. So I can't allow you to unmute.
Sir, yeah. In while teaching, we have some doubts, no, sir. That's why
Yeah, but
there is
still,
mute
like,
option.
just keep
Yeah,
on
it is
asking.
better.
That is not a solution, right? You have to learn as well.
Mm.
Okay, fine.
So daily there is no mute option, sir.
Sorry. Yeah. So okay. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I think we were talking
Yeah.
about your question.
Yeah. Shudhanshu, I got like it seems like people are suggesting in the chat box that
Mhm.
I need to open the file in Jupyter and then rename it.
Yeah, from there, so Jupyter by default it will allow you, right? So by
Yes,
default
yes,
Jupyter will
correct.
allow you. So from
So we can just go in that open mode and
Yeah. No, you can open the file and then just save as. Select that all option. Go there again back. Go
okay,
open that. Open that. No,
just
no.
hold
Open
on.
the file. Open the
Yeah,
file.
I'm doing that.
Yeah.
Hold on,
Save.
I'm doing that.
Yeah. Save as. And then select all. And then put that file name in with it quotation, double quotation. The file name. This will change.
Should I try once more?
No. Yeah. Go back and then try the format. See the format in the
Take the format.
Explorer. Mm.
Okay,
Yeah. Now PR file is there. You can try.
Yeah,
let me try this once.
it will work.
This will work now.
Yeah, so syntax wise now it's invalid, but file it is able to load.
Okay, so syntax, anything wrong in the syntax?
Yeah, so I think you have missed column.
Okay.
Yes, Sudhanshu.
We don't need colon actually. We can simply
Oh,
import.
ma'am, so not here. So in your code, you are calling a mod, right?
Yes, yes.
So inside that code, it is showing you the error. Go to your file, Python file.
Okay, here. Okay, you are saying inside that
Yeah,
this
in the
code.
first line you have missed column. First line.
Yeah. That's no. The code is not yet
No,
ready.
column.
I understand that the
Yeah,
code is not yet ready. I'll just work on this.
yeah,
Probably tomorrow we can discuss it.
yeah,
Okay,
sure.
once I have the final code.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Thank you,
As
Sudhanshu.
Okay.
And if I have any doubts, we can do it in the doubt clearing class on Wednesday.
Yeah, that's the reason. So we have like a special class just for doubt. Okay.
Sudhanshu,
Bye.
Ashok
Have a
here.
nice day.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thanks. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Ashok here again, Sudhanshu. I need to speak to you separately, Sudhanshu, not in the class. When can I call you? I need to call on maybe on your number, phone number, maybe.
No, sorry, I don't share my number. So you can just like drop me a mail, and I'll give you my Skype ID. You can ping me there. We can talk over there. Okay, so number wise, like it will be a little bit difficult to manage professional and personal life.
But
So
how can I talk?
just drop me your Skype ID to a query, right? And from there, I used to reply. I'll send you my Skype, and then through a Skype we can connect. Okay.
Hello, sir.
Okay,
Hello.
fine.
Hello, sir. Yeah, actually, we used E in the exception
Hello.
block and print, na?
Yeah. So E is nothing but it's an alias. It's just an alias for exception. That's it.
Okay. Thank
Hello,
you.
sir.
Sure, is it my turn?
Hello.
Yeah. So Sai, you can go
Hello.
ahead.
Hello.
Yeah, Sai can go ahead. Yeah, Sai.
Sudhanshu, can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, so actually the task which you have given us, just I completed. Just I have one query. For example, we have created one file mod1.py,
Mm-hmm.
and we have already called it from the Jupyter file.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if I did any changes on mod1.py and save it, then how do I, when I try to recall that from the Jupyter page, it doesn't, show the changes. So,
No, it will be able to show that if you're changing something into a module file. So yes, whenever you will try to recall it the next time, so it will be able to showcase the latest changes, right?
but I did that. I need to restart the
Hello.
kernel, then it allows.
Hello. Hello.
No, I don't think so. I think it will allow, and I think you will be able to do it. I don't see challenges over there. Maybe you can try this once.
I did that, but I didn't find. When I restart the kernel, then I able to recall the
Okay,
changes.
reloading of the file, I think you're talking about, right? So you have to do a file reload. So I think in a beginning, so I told you there is a option called as import and then IMP, and then you can have to like reload it. So I think that option you're looking for. I think you should use that particular option. So import IMP and then import.reload, and inside that you can give your file name. It will module name, so it will be able to reload that particular module.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead with it.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah. Yeah, Jareen, go ahead.
Yes. So Sudhanshu, I was not able to create the folders on as per the first question that you gave us today.
Mm-hmm.
I'm using Google Colab.
Mm-hmm.
So I had also while I was creating the folders, I was getting some errors, so I had replied on the chat. So
Okay. So would you like to share
facing
your
some issues in Colab actually, and while
okay.
creating those folders.
Have you tried these things in local system?
No, actually, don't have Jupyter on my system, so that's why I use Colab.
Okay. So yeah, so basically, so probably you can try install these things into a local system, and even in Colab it will work. I don't see issues. Can you please share your screen and show it to me?
Yeah, one second, please.
Yeah. Yeah. Next one.
Can I ask
Hello.
one question?
Hello, sir.
Hello. Sir, just I want to ask a question. I am going through the assignment and I want to ask a question. Every iterator is not a generator, but every generator is a iterator.
Every
How's
iterator is not a generator. Every generator is a
iterator?
every iterator is not a generator. Every generator is not a
Every
yeah.
every generator is a iterator.
Every generator is a iterator.
Iterator. But every
Yes, that's true.
how sir I search, but I don't find. I not understand.
So every iterator is a generator, right?
Not generator.
Every generator is an iterator, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So let's suppose if I have create every generator. So generator function, if I have created, so yeah, I will be able to create the iterator, and I will be able to convert these things into a iterable variable. So that is true. Iterator,
How
iterable.
sir I don't understand how sir. You both are
Do you
almost same.
understand that? Do you understand the difference between generator and iterator?
Yes, sir.
So can you
if
let's suppose if I'm giving example range function, right? So range function is a generator function, right?
yes sir,
Range function is a kind of generator function. So can I try to make
not
this? Yes or no?
what range sir, range function is kind of generator. Yes sir, we can, it is like a generator.
Right? So we can try to
Yes
treat
sir,
range function as a generator, and can I say that we can try to like convert these things, or like generator is a iterator. So can I say that we can try to iterate over the range function?
yes sir,
So statement is true. Every generator is a iterator by default.
and every iterator is not a generator.
Yeah, every iterator is not a generator. So I think a list, if I'll talk about, right? So list is
Yes
not
sir,
a generator, but list is a iterator. Or a string.
yes sir,
String is not a
yeah,
generator.
string is,
Iterator.
yes sir, but both are iterable, and so we can
Yeah.
make it iterable. Okay,
But
thank you sir.
yeah.
Sudhanshu, can I ask you a question, please?
Yeah, we can. Yeah, go ahead, please. Jareen, you can share your screen in between. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not able to share my screen, Sudhanshu. I'm not getting that option on my desktop application, Zoom application.
You will be able to get it. Like in a below tab, you will be able to find a share screen option, green.
Actually, I don't have it as well.
So you can just click and then you can share. Simple.
Audio, leave audio.
Yeah, have you joined through two system?
Yes, yes, yes.
That's the reason. Any reason behind joining from two system?
I usually join through my phone, but now that I need to share my screen, I join through system. So I normally join through phone only.
Okay. Yeah, we can. Please go ahead with your question.
Yes, sir. So actually, you did mention that you would be discussing all the questions tomorrow. But I just want to say that there were two challenges that you're given. The first one, where I have to create a folder within a folder, and then a Jupyter notebook after creating three mods and mod one. I did all of that, but when the last part, when you said in the outermost folder that you created, that is test one, and you have to create a Jupyter notebook. I've created that, but when you import that, I'm hitting an error again. So I understand that you might be discussing that tomorrow, but if it's possible, can you just briefly tell me what am I supposed to do?
Yeah, sure. We can check that one. You can share the screen. Okay. So, okay, Jareen. So show me that.
Okay, so first thing, first error was I was unable to. Second. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So I guess my system is.
Yeah, your system is visible.
Yeah. So I tried to reload the value for test using IMP function, but it was showing some error. And okay.
Try to do ls. No. So try to do like create one new tab and try to do ls.
Okay.
Sorry.
ls.
Yeah, execute. So test2.py file is available over here. Right. So you are trying to do import test. So yes, you are able to import it. And import IMP, reload, and then test2. So this content, that is fine. Just try to do one time like kernel restart.
Kernel restart.
Hello.
Yeah, just wait.
Is it,
Okay.
I don't know. On restart runtime, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. You sure you want to restart the runtime? Includes all local variables. Yes. Okay, so in this case, it will reconnect to the GPU. Okay.
So you can just try to execute this import test2.
Oh,
No, import test two. It has already reconnected, right? So now it will not be able to find out IMP even.
Import test 2. Okay.
So I think it will give you error even over here. Hmm. So basically, like your test two is not available. Just try to refresh your left hand side. You have to create again. Refresh, yeah. You have restarted the kernel, right? So it will be gone. Just refresh it.
Do I get a notification somewhere here like this where it says it's
No,
done?
it will just try to reallocate. It has already reallocated resources for you.
Space, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Should I rerun it? Rerun the
Yeah,
code?
you can try to re-execute this one. No, it is not able to understand. So I think your test2.py file has gone. You have restarted these things, but maybe because of slowness of the system, so it is not showing you.
Okay. And I had also created this function s addition.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I wanted to add two numbers. So okay, first I'll show you the code.
Mm-hmm.
Is this correct? I mean,
Addition a comma b, return a plus b, multiplication c into d. Yeah, this one is fine. Show me
okay.
this one, test2.py as well.
This one.
Yeah. So what you have written over here?
Okay.
I think you were trying to write print a statement, right?
Yes. I guess I messed it up. I think I messed it up. So
Yeah.
should I hit save now?
Yeah, save and
Yes.
execute. It will work.
Okay. Control S and import test 2. Okay, I guess it worked. Piece. Okay, I'll have to run this first, I guess.
Yes.
Okay, now it should work. Module test 2 from.
Yeah, so everything is working fine for you, right?
Mhm. And this addition thing, should I run it now or should I?
Yeah, even this will work, so there is no issue. But why you are writing like an import and then addition dot addition and then there itself you are trying to pass these values. So just try to like do import as addition and then remove this part. So like dot addition, you're doing an import, right? I hope you understand difference between calling a functions and calling a packages or modules.
Yes. Once I. Okay, now I'll try running this.
No, so why this one? Remove an import part. Why you are
Oh,
writing
sorry.
import?
Okay, I think this
Double
is right.
D8.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's working. Okay, fine. Thank you. It was a minor mistake, I guess. And this main test folder I created was for the first problem that you gave us.
Mhm.
So the problem is I'm not able to drill down into this folder. So how do I open it? Like,
No, so you will not be able to open it up from here. So you can try to open it up from this notebook itself. So you can try to get into like a CD main test, and then you can try to create mkdir, and then inside that you can create a file. So
okay, using
yeah, so
commands.
yeah, shell script. So you can try to get into that. That is possible. Otherwise, what you have to do is, so maybe you can try to mount a directory and then after mounting a directory, so in your like a Google Drive, you can try to do same thing.
So like this.
Yeah, so mounting
Mount.
drive, and then after mounting it, so everything you will do it in a drive, and then it will connect. These are the two options that you have.
Okay, yeah, I'll give it a try, and if I'm still not able to do it, I'll get back to you.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Can I share my
Thank
screen?
you.
Hello, sir.
Can I share my screen with you, sir?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Hello, sir.
Yes, well,
Can
just
I
wait.
ask?
Hello.
Uh, yeah, just wait. Yeah, go ahead. We came. So I think.
So yeah, so just only the first channel. So you can see my screen, right, sir?
Yeah, I can see it.
That's test 1, 2, 3. That's the outermost folder it asked us to prepare. And when you go inside there, there's another one, and then 3 mods. There's the 3 files that I've created: mod 1 and mod 2 and mod 3. Okay. When I go into this one, Jupyter, that you asked us to create, and if we can call any of those, I was able to create that. However, when I go back into the main folder, test 1, 2, 3, and then you had asked us to create another Jupyter folder and then call, I was not able to do so. So am I doing something wrong over here?
Oh, it looks fine. Test 456 import mod 1. Can you please show me the directory hierarchy?
Sure, absolutely. So
Test
basically,
1, 2, 3, test 456.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. Inside that there is 456.
That's
Inside
right.
one, you have so from test 456, you will be able to get mod 1, 2, and 3 from test 456.
From the test 456. Okay.
456. Yeah, you will be able to get module 1, 2, 3. Yes. So
Yeah.
No, taste T is capital. It should be case sensitive, I think.
Oh, is it so?
okay. Yeah.
Yeah, now it's okay. Yes, okay. So one more thing. Now, so as this is all I just saw that one of the codes that one of my colleagues shared. It said lg.basic.config. Now I understand that I have to go through the videos, specifically which video I'm supposed to go, so that tomorrow I won't be completely blank when I'm, attending the class or when you're discussing stuff. So
Tomorrow, like topic wise.
no, sir. So you just said the second challenge that you will be discussing tomorrow in detail. So there was a certain line of code. There are 2 codes that you shared with us, as in on screen. It said lg.basic.config. Now I will be doing.
Dot basic. Okay, that log, right? Log.
Yes, sir. Log.basic. Yeah. Sorry about that. I mean, jargons are not that.
Okay, so that notebook will be uploaded by tonight itself. So for today's class, so it will be available in that notebook. So because
what I was saying is that was that discussed in last class, which
yeah, log and everything was already discussed in your previous classes. If
okay.
you
All right.
check last Sunday's recording, right? So last Sunday class we have already discussed about the logging.
Okay, so that I will go through again. So one last question I want to ask you, sir. I'm just about to begin with my advanced assignments. You said that for people who want to go for the fast-paced ones, they can go through videos. Specifically, what are the videos that I should be just going through?
So if you are going in a fast track, so you will have to go through all the videos without any exception, because you can't skip even a single one. So as in this class, you are able to see that everything is related, right? And we have like a tightly like a combined each and everything, so that you will not be able to miss anything, and as well as you will be able to practice, and you will acquire the new thing, but you will be able to retain the old things as well. This is how entire syllabus has been created. So when you are going in a fast track mode, all simple.
No problem at all. No problem at all. Okay. All right. Thank you very much for the same. Cheers. Bye.
Okay.
Hi.
Next question, please.
Hi, students. Sir. I
Yeah.
just want to share my screen.
Okay, Devas fine. Go ahead. Okay, so next question, Arunava, and then I can see Subhidira, so Pankaj, and then like 36, Anjali, Apurva, Hardeep. Any questions? Anything? You guys?
Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sir,
Yeah,
in
you are
your
able
first
to.
assessment, sir, can
Sorry,
I
no,
continue?
just wait one by one. Yeah, Subhidira, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. So in your first assessment, I could do the internal, like importing of the modules from the internal Jupyter notebook, but in the taste module, the outer external directory, the Jupyter notebook was not like able to import all the modules by that dot formulation. So how can I resolve that?
Which formulation?
Like taste dot something inside the directory path we have given that taste dot modules, right?
Inside a directory path, we have given test dot module where?
So like from the external directory, if we want to import the modules which is in the internal directory of test one,
Yeah.
so we had to give the
Yeah.
taste
So
one
like
dot.
yeah, directory. So
Yeah,
let's assume in this way. So directory dot file name.
yeah,
File name.
right.
Uh, yeah, directory dot file name. This is how you're supposed to give. Yes.
So it was not importing, it is throwing me the error of modules not found,
No,
like that.
madam. So like just try to check maybe a spelling. So there can be a spelling mistake. So if you have like a written like TST test directory, so try to rename it. Maybe try to make it as a test 1 2 3 4 5 6 something like that, and
Okay.
tell me. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm trying that. If it is not working, then I share my screen and show
Yes,
you that.
we can do that.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, there
So
was. Yeah.
yes, so once just today's assignment, which one is just here. So just I have created this file to call the
We
original.
should discuss this one tomorrow. This is like today's last assignment, right?
Yeah, that one. Just
We'll discuss tomorrow, Devasis, like solution wise. That's the reason. So I have asked everyone to like talk about it and like prepare it so that we can discuss tomorrow.
okay,
Yeah,
okay,
not
okay,
an issue.
okay.
Yeah, it's great. I can see like it will work. Are
Yeah,
you
it's just this string part was not working. Just
logging is not working for you?
this, yeah, everything is working. That on the file,
Okay.
uh,
Okay.
that I value I just want to print,
Mm-hmm.
and this I value I just convert it to string.
Logging info. Okay. So try to check, resolve it. Yes.
Okay,
Everything will
okay,
go done
okay.
away. So
Yeah, yeah, no problem.
computer, most of the time what happens is like, but I can see this one, right? Info 18 20, all those things I can see. So it's coming from their same places, right? Values.
Yeah, it is printing. Just a text one, I just want to print like I colon. That one is not printing. So,
Okay, okay, fine. So maybe you can try to like append this string. So I plus this one, string I. Do it. Plus symbol plus. Yeah. Now execute. I think you have entered 25, right? But I can't see 25.
yeah, no, till 24 it is printing. Right? It is 7:47 current time.
Okay, is it 747? I can see many entries.
Yeah, till 24 means all even numbers, right? 0, 2,
No,
4.
just show me your Jupyter notebook. No, Jupyter one. 25 you have entered actually.
Yeah, I under 25, but 25 is not the even number, right? So till 24 it's printed.
Restart your kernel. Do it. 24 info is equal to 24. So like, okay, till 24 you are trying to insert, right? Okay,
Hmm.
this is what you're trying to do. Fine. So maybe just restart your kernel, do something. It should work ideally because I don't see any kind of challenges that it will not work.
Yes, Sudhanshu, that's the issue. Like the .py file is didn't
Yeah, actually, it's a web page, right? So web pages, so it will not be able to keep itself updated. That's the reason. So I don't like Jupyter Notebook, and yeah, there are huge set of a crowd you will be able to find it who loves Jupyter Notebook, but now they will be able to see what is a real issue, and then happily they will move to a PyCharm or VS Code. I know this. The Jupyter Notebook is not for development. It's not meant for development. If you are thinking in with a development mind, right? to build some solutions. So you will not like Jupyter Notebook at all. But I have to use it because in classes I have to teach.
Yeah, Shubhanshu, if I wanted to reload the our .py file, then how do I do that? Like, can we?
Reload a py file, then import imp, and then imp dot reload. Inside that, pass a py file.
I
I think
tried that, but it's not working. It said like IMP is not available.
or
Something.
the it will work. I don't see it.
Name IMP is not defined.
So import, first of all, import IMP.
Yes,
IMPORT.
yes, I did that. I did that. Import IMP. Then
How it will not work, Hardeep? It will
I
work.
can.
Maybe exclamatory, then import, then IMP. Just try that.
No, no, directly it will work. Import. It's just a package, right?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. So without this,
I can share my screen and show it to you.
Okay. Yes, Sudhanshu, it is working now. Yeah.
I told you,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Jupyter is not designed for development at all. Don't
Yeah.
even try it. If there is some error, Jupyter is responsible for that error.
Just letting you know that
Okay,
after
thank you.
renaming, it's working.
I told you, ma'am, right?
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Also, one more thing.
Don't believe on Jupyter. If there is an error, so it's not your problem. It's sometimes it's a Jupyter's problem as well.
Can I share my screen?
Yeah, I'll stop, sir. Yeah, thank
Yes,
you.
sure.
Yeah.
So one more thing, in the last week's assignment that you have given for homework, can I share that in the next like doubt clearing session?
Yeah, sure, ma'am. We can talk about it.
Okay,
Sure.
okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Shubhanshu, this
Hi,
is
Shubhanshu. Okay.
yeah. This is the screen. Like I am. This is my .py file mod1.1, and this is the function method which I defined that, and this is the import IMP as you said.
Okay, so execute it.
Yeah. Let me execute it, and now I wanted to reload my mod one, showing that.
See.
अभी हो गया मैं इतने देर से कर रहा था हो नहीं रहा था
I told you, right? I think that it will work.
I was trying since 10 minutes.
No, it happens. This system knows me, right? So I am working with the system since a very long time. The system knows me. So when it comes in front of me, many systems starts working. So it happens.
It gives a surprise.
Okay.
Yeah, Shubhanshu, I need to share my screen. Can you give me the permission, please?
Yeah, Arnova, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. You can go ahead. Yeah. Anyone? Sai, Srinivas, Apurva, Anjali, Pankaj, Pradeep. I think I can see only 5 people now.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Sai. So you have any like a question?
Yes, sir. This is actually my first class. Sir.
Okay.
Sir, I just want to know how can I ask my questions, sir, through the chat or on Q&A?
No, anything. So even after the classes, so in a live mode, you can ask any kind of a question. I don't have an issue. And doubt clean session is dedicatedly designed for like a doubt. So from the beginning till end, so you can just ask your doubts, any number of doubts, any amount of doubts. Plus, there is a Skype support team, and you can ask a doubt even.
No, sir. I'm not asking that. I saw it in the live classes. I see only 2 options here.
Chat, you can ping me. So if your question will be relevant, because see, I keep on repeating many things again and again in the class, right? It's not like I will just like discuss and I'll move. So I keep on repeating things. So I think you will be able to ask any kind of a question and you can participate in any way. Yeah.
Okay, sir. So I can ask my question through chat. Is fine, sir.
Yeah, that is fine. That is fine. Chat or directly, that all the things are fine. I don't have any issue.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, hi, Shubhanshu. I'm just sharing my screen.
Yeah.
So you see, my this code is working fine. There is no problem with this code, and I'm calling it from some other folder and importing this. This is all is fine. But this particular block where I'm trying to log in, okay, I'm not trying to log into my root name. I'm using some other name called as boot, just a tentative thing. This is my logger file which I have created. So the issue that I'm finding right now is that when I'm inputting a number in an alphanumeric instead of a number, it is giving the exception, and it is going in the final block, and it is again running again. So, but if I see in the log file, this question is mainly due to the log file integration. See, it is only giving me these warning files of the final block. This I've only wanted to, for my learning, I had given it. What you call a severity of a warning. But for this part, this exception part, I'll just zoom in a little bit. Yeah.
Mhm.
See, I have given the excessive pass as a critical error, but that it is not getting logged. I don't understand. This part is not getting. I've tried to, what you call, restart my colon and do all that normal stuff. Uh, Usually क्या होता है कि अगर error आता है, if it is not working, then it won't work for the entire part. But here it is not working for the critical error part. The
Mhm.
logger warning this part is getting logged with the correct timestamp, and this also the root name, my selective root name is there. This I have given uh, some name just for my learning, whether we can add any other kind of text or not, custom text or not. So
Mhm.
these all is working fine. So this is what I wanted to know. And
Mm,
one more input that I wanted to give is that last time we were having problems while we were having to restart our kernel each time we are trying to make a new log file, right? So
mhm.
I read about it on the internet, and it says that since we were doing it on default file, so default may root may it tries to save the log, or at least attach the log. So once there's a log file defined with a root, then it doesn't let you create the next instance that you want to create with which also has the same level name as root. So that in comes the problem. If there are the names are different,
Mm.
like this particular part, what do you call, level name, and this get logger root, if these names are different, then there wouldn't be a
Easily
problem.
we'll be able to look. Okay. Yeah. Got it. Yeah.
तो वो मैं पढ़ के निकाला था, but this thing again, so it's just wanted to since I'm a beginner, so I just wanted to know whether this is a JCB, so not JCB, Jupyter problem, or will this code run in my PyCharm, because we haven't started exploring PyCharm as
No,
of
I
now.
think your code will be clear in Python. Easily you will be able to log in because there is no issue with the code again. There is no issue at all.
Okay, okay.
It's
And
completely fine.
ये just one more thing, error इतना बड़ा आता है क्या, मतलब it is having this logging error, it is trying to put
So
such a big
yes,
huge amount of error, so it is going on. I think it is going tracing back each step, ना
each
हर
and
एक जगह पे error आ रहा है, and it is going back into कि कहाँ
all
से
the
वो call हुआ था.
yes, exactly. So it is trying to call all the fallback functions, everything.
Yeah. So it is, matlab, it's like a nested call, when call in. So all that till the end point is arrived, the entire it is giving me a log file. तो इसमें तो कुछ समझ में आएगा ही नहीं. I'm
Yeah.
not able to understand.
No, just try to look into the last line and the first line. So I think you will be able to get your answer from there. So
Yes. This is the main error that is coming. So it is giving also that is a value error.
Hmm.
So since I have entered POY instead of a integer literal, so that's why it is giving an error. But
Yeah.
वो log नहीं हो रहा है. अजीब चीज है, warning वाला log हो रहा है, and this critical is not done. Even though I have defined it like my set level, I have defined it as lg.info. So lg.info is, I think, debug is the lowest, then info, then warning, then error, then critical, right? So
Mhm.
anything above equals to or above info should get printed. So likewise, this part is not getting printed. So this I have deliberately put so that to understand my code better. So I don't expect that this to get printed in my log file, and that is also not happening.
Mhm.
Even in the last try, when I do give an integer value, like I have given 50 value, and the output is also coming 0 to 4 to 48 up to.
Mhm.
Okay, so for this part, for this section, this code will be getting executed, right? So try is true, so else part also will get executed, but it will not be a part of my log file, since I have put that the set level should be info, right? That understanding is correct.
Yeah, that is really correct. Yes. Yeah. That's
Okay. So this is just a Jupyter problem, right?
yeah, just a Jupyter problem. It's always gives a problem. So like there will be many dependencies. Dependent thread you will be able to find out when you launch a Jupyter notebook, and same thread you will be able to see in a black screen, which runs in a backend, right? So that's the reason. So it will not be able to update each and everything. It's just calling an API from your front end to a backend. So it's better to use because there is an option called as indexing, which you will be able to find out in all the IDs like PyCharm or VS Code. So indexing means it will keep on updating its indexes even without
Okay.
taking any input, and that's the reason. So these kind of issues we don't face or we don't find out in case of like PyCharm or any ID, any those kind of IDs, which is like a
Oh,
very normal. Yeah.
okay, okay. One question I had in with regard to today's session. I will just stop my sharing. If anybody wants to share, they can share. So the question goes like you mentioned in this particular code also, that when we are importing a particular folder, it imports all the methods that are in that folder as well as the subdirectories.
Hmm.
So is there any way that we can import something which is from another directory? Suppose I am right now working in my e drive,
Hmm.
and I have something downloaded from the internet or GitHub. So by default, that will fall into C drive. So is there any way that I can import stuff from the C drive
Yes,
without
there is
changing
a there is a
my?
option. There is an option called as absolute path. So you can try to make absolute path, and even from there it will be able to load. See, it's nothing but just import is nothing but, or from is nothing but, it will just go to the absolute path and then search. So as of now, absolute pathwise is trying to take your PWD, present working directory, right? So we can try to append the absolute path, and then we can try to write, even in this way I will be able to import just a
So
package.
once I have this absolute path, I can go in, I can fetch the file, and that file will be stored in the local folder or in the local environment, or does it have to be every time in will it search every time execute, will it go into C drive and try to fetch the information from there?
Yeah, for the first time, in every load, in every import, it will try to fetch basically. So
Okay,
if you are
okay.
doing imports 10 times, 10 times it will try to fetch. Simple.
Okay, okay. And
Yeah.
is there any like this multiple like we have till now we have come across import OS and import standard utility, and
Hmm.
today you have shown import maths. So if these are so relevant, why can't we import them all at once as a standard practice? There must be some caveat, right? So I want to know why don't we
Oh,
import all these major utilities at once?
Python itself is giving you maximum like a flexibilities and everything, right? And all those things has been developed by different organizations, and they used to do a code checking as an open source contribution to a Python. So that's the reason you can say. So everyone has developed their own separate packages, and then they have checked it into Python. They have
No,
got.
no, no. I understand. That not Sudhanshu, that's not my question. Suppose in a till the classes that you have taught till last week, we need not import math, right?
Mhm.
But even if I do, what is the harm in that? There must be something like unnecessary. I should not import anything. So is there any like does it take up space in the program, or so
No,
that the aspect I
import,
wanted?
import is not going to take any kind of a space at all, unless and until you are not passing a data. So it's just, it will be, instead of that will be available into your variable. So just in a one single variable, so it is not going to take a space or like a time complexity is not going to increase at all.
Okay, okay. Thank you. That will be all. Thank you.
Yeah. So fine, guys. Thank you so much. See you again tomorrow. Have a great day, night ahead. Thank you so much. See you
Hey,
again.
Sudhanshu, Pradeep here.